Hi, everybody. We are once again without cameras. So this is the first time that I have not waved at the screen, but hey, um,
Good job.
thank you. And we are streaming on a weird day today. It's a Sunday. Normally we don't do things on the weekends because Angel's dad is here, and so they watch TV and stuff, and there's just random noise. But right now it seems okay. I think today is the last day for Ludum Dare theme slaughter, so I'm going to be handling that today, and Angel's going to be talking with me about some of these different themes that are suggested. The way that this works, Ludum Dare is a 48 to 72 hour game jam or game competition. They have two different sections. The 48-hour is the compo, which is short for competition, and then the 72-hour version is a jam. Um, it's primarily video games, but you can enter anything. From what I'm aware of, the last thing I saw, you can even enter like stories or anything that's related to the theme. It's just not going to be part of the main voting. People do make tabletop games and stuff too. The one rule though for tabletop creators is that most of these games are playable like in a browser, like right on the Ludum Dare page. So you want to make something as easy to play as humanly possible for somebody so that they can get in and out and play it. And there's a huge like 3 or 4 week review period after a rating period, sorry, after the games are made. Which you can see here. The jam starts in 5 days, 8 hours, 54 minutes. So, next Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern. But after the weekend is over on Monday at 9 p.m. starts the rating period. For like 3 or 4 weeks, everybody can play as many as they want and rate them. There's cool systems in Ludum Dare that make it easier to find games that haven't been rated the minimum 20 times to be rated at the end of the competition. And the more you rate other games, the higher you are on those lists. So you want to rate a bunch of games, therefore getting other people to rate yours. And in that process, everybody's getting enough ratings to be rated at the end and get a score. Like you might be like the 17th, 100th place in graphics and like 400th place in fun and 150th for theme. So like there's a bunch of different categories going on. The way that the jam works is first there is a theme submission period where everybody can enter. Usually it's up to 2 themes that they want. And then after that, you get this theme slaughter round, which is what we're doing right now. The way theme slaughter works is we are presented with the screen here. I'm just setting myself up a little bit. Pardon me. You're presented with this screen here. The screen will look a little nicer in just a second. There we go. Okay. So we have the screen and we can either vote yes or no on it, which it doesn't have to be anything specific. You can just say yes or no, like if you like it. It doesn't have to be like, this isn't technically a theme. So I'm going to vote no on it or whatever. And then we're going to go through all 2,000. Where was it? I saw the number somewhere. Yeah, 2,129 here remaining themes. We did this last year too, and I think it took like 2.5 or 3 hours. But basically the way it goes is at first it's like, wow, they're taking forever, and then you kind of get on a roll after a bit where like I'm just hitting no a bunch because for the most part people have like out of this 2,129, we'll probably vote yes on like 100 to 150 tops, and then slaughtered on all the rest, except for maybe 1 or 2 will go flagged. I think last year we had to flag 2 of them because they'll throw like offensive language in there or just like very inappropriate things. So you just flag that. I would assume by now, though, most of those have already been flagged. So we probably don't have that issue. I think that's it. Oh, yeah. We have a document here. I like to keep themes saved anyway, because we can use those for like future challenges on our Patreon, which is patreon.com/quirkybirdgames. Or we might just use them to make something on our own just for fun. Like some of these themes have really fun ideas in them, and it's like, oh, hey, that'd be a fun challenge. So I'm going to start this off, unless, Angel, you disagree. Evil comes in pairs as a no, just because I really don't want to make anything evil-based.
Yeah, I agree.
Which is really funny, too, because I'm going to pull it up real quick. But the Hyper 1 Hour Jam that we missed last weekend was actually exciting evil. So it's just funny that works out that way. Okay, so we're gonna say no on this, and you're gonna see like they come up here on the side. It's only gonna show like the last like 8 or 10 or something, and if you click on it, you can undo it. One big wheel sounds like something like what do you call those games? Rondelle, like a rondelle kind of thing. And I think that could be fun. So I'm gonna say yes on that. Also, if anybody does this too, if you just join the jam, you can go to this webpage, and you'll find it a lot easier than just typing this out. If you just go to ludumdare.com, it'll ask you to sign in or whatever. You can do that, and then just click on up here where it says themes flutter around. What you're going to be considering, in addition to whether you want to make this game, is whether you want to play 2,000 plus other games that use this theme. So some of them are like emergent behavior is very vague. You can do all kinds of stuff with emergent behavior. I'm not really a fan of it anyway, but like I'm gonna say no on it. But underlings, for example, here, right? So underlings means we're gonna be playing and people are gonna be making like 2,000 games with underlings. So you're probably gonna end up with a lot of very similar games. And so that's also something to keep in consideration while you're doing this. So I'm gonna
Yeah,
say
it is really fun when you pick something that can be really open interpretation. Like that one was like harvest or something like that. Like,
yeah.
and so, you could be harvesting like wheat or you could be harvesting souls, like there's just a really big difference in the interpretation of the theme when you pick a clever theme.
Yeah, and we'd actually gone what we made for that one. Oops. Apparently, if I hit the space bar, it puts that back on the screen. What we went with was actually Angel's idea, which was harvesting like memories from people, or I don't remember if it was originally memories or dreams, but it ended up being basically memories of dreams that we did. Where you're crawling, it was called crawling to the brink, and you like basically moved pawns like around playing cards. Because again, we're trying to make this as open to people playing it as humanly possible. So all that people would need is like tokens and playing cards for that game. I would say no on underlings,
I
definitely no
think
on chemistry.
that one probably got played a lot less because we didn't put it on like screen top or anything.
Mm-hmm. I've also had this really bad habit the last couple times where I'm just so busy that I like don't rate other people's games until the last week, and by then a lot of people are done rating things because they've already gotten their like 20 ratings on
Yeah,
there. So
it really does make a difference.
yeah, I'm definitely going to change that this time. I also, for anybody watching, I am planning to stream like what I play. We did that in the past. There's, I think, a video or two of those on our YouTube channel as well, where we just kind of played through other people's games. We would rate them. It was really cool too, because like some people would actually show up and just like, hey, you're playing my game. That's cool. Like, and so they kind of talk about what they made and things like that. It was really neat seeing more behind the scenes stuff. In fact, if you see up here, there's this new post button. People will post about what they're creating. So you'll see like kind of like an interactive devlog of what people, like it's a 48, 72 hour jam. So people are working very hard over those 48, 72 hours. And like you'll just see like, oh hey, I did this, I made this thing, and they'll like with video games especially, they can make gifs out of it. So you're just like going through these posts to have like slightly better and better and better gifs of their game put together, and it's really cool to see that. I think that's one of my favorite things about Ludum Dare is that even though this isn't a Discord server, this is just a website, there's a lot of community here, and you'll get that over the years too, where like if you enter several of these, like the next one here is in October, there's normally 2 a year. This year they were experimenting with 3 a year, which I'm all for. Give us 5 or 6 a year for all I care. I'm happy with that. But um,
What's funny is I've never seen like I don't see this part of it because it's your account and like I don't
mhm.
have one and like I usually help you with your entry so
Oh,
you get to see all this. So the only when you stream is when I get to see this back door part of like Let 'em Dare and like all this extra stuff that makes it cool rather than just the development part that we do together. Like so I'm always happy when you do stream and we do talk this stuff out and I can actually see like, hey, cool. Like I get to see the themes and be a part of picking it, and so
that's
streaming
cool.
it like actually gets it so that we're both more participant in it. So
Yay.
I'm
I'd
happy with that.
forgotten. I made a note of it. I'd forgotten that you can actually like, I don't know how long it's been the case, but you can add people to your team.
Oh,
So
okay.
I like if we make an itch account or a lot of their account for you, then you can just be on my team, and then like you could also rate other people's games. You can also
Cool.
like you could do this now if you wanted to, or like you could do yours afterward or whatever. Like, but I feel like we're kind of doing it together. So
Yeah,
like, but for like the actual theme voting and stuff, you can totally do that. And then
that's neat.
we're 2 votes out of like 3,000 or whatever.
Yeah.
So much more power.
Oh yes.
I think eggplant could be funny, but I don't want 2,000 eggplant games. Heaven and Hell's okay. because you could play with that. That could be even something on Earth, like you
Yeah.
create your own hell, you build up your own heaven kind of thing. I do not like constructs. I feel like
No?
that's no, because I feel like that's going to be a jam where like a lot of people make the like bridge building simulators and stuff, and I am terrible.
Oh, fair.
So,
I
um,
get, yeah, and it's like sitting here thinking about how you could do that in like a tabletop thing. It's just like,
yeah, I added that to our notes because I think that'd be fun as like a game, kind of like your my favorite thing, where like you have a bunch of different little parts, and maybe like
right.
there are a couple tabletop games where you take little pieces and you put them together to make something.
Yeah,
Even
but then
Motley did that, but
digitally, like doing that would be like weird.
exactly, yeah. Hot and cold. Cram it, cram it in sounds
And you're
funny.
right, Motley did do that. I thought that was super clever. Like uh, the back of the cards being, different pieces of, design, and then you can make pictures out of it. It was a
Yeah.
lot more flexible than I thought it would be.
Hmm.
Like, because you see those and you're like, I don't know how to make something out of this. And it's like, oh, I can do this. You can kind of get your meaning across from what's there. It's cool.
Yeah, and even just knowing that category of like this is a movie, it's like okay, well that makes sense that this is this then and stuff like
Hmm.
that. I upvoted Edict, and I'm probably gonna say that a lot. Upvote instead of yes, because I think that's a fun one for like a quicks or whatever kind of game, if that's the name of it, where like you have different rules being applied to the same game repeatedly, and so the game changes over the game. I don't know how you do that solo though. So, but yeah, actually, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna say no on that. Um,
What is free won't?
I think okay, so for a long time with memes and stuff, like instead of like I'm trying to think of something.
And just
Oh,
interrupt you while you're thinking.
sure.
I'm 5 years older than Beth, so she has to explain memes to me a lot.
I spend a lot of my time looking at memes. Like I don't scroll social media, I scroll memes instead on Quora, which is probably the weirdest place in the world to scroll memes. But
Like, you
um,
gotta explain it to the old lady.
okay, so like instead of me saying that I'm gay, I would say that I'm straightened. Like straight
Straightened. Wait.
like the apostrophe
Okay.
and T. So like it's saying it's the opposite. So I think free don't would be like the
Friant.
opposite of
Yeah.
freedom or free do. Like I'm not sure what's meant by that either. That's not really how that's done. But I'm gonna say I like gamble. I don't like it for a solo thing because the idea of gambling is you do it against multiple people, and these
That's
games are
fair.
not multiplayer. So every 10 seconds was a theme. We actually made a game for that already. It was called the Epic Athlon. It's one I really, really, really want to finish because I thought it was really fun. But basically, the gist of our game was it's kind of like shoots and ladders with like multiple boards you're playing on, like three at a time, and it's competitive where you're racing against another player. So you're both racing, and every 10 seconds to roll your dice. After that 10 seconds is up, you're just stuck with the dice that you have, and you have to
That
move your
took
people forward.
so much playtesting. Like, you kept going back to the computer, like, nope, nope, nope. And then it finally like started clicking, and we were like, okay, I'm actually excited to play this now. So that was fun.
Yeah, that was awesome. I think it was like partway through the second day where like when you suggested that both players play at the same time instead of us taking turns back and forth. That was what really changed the game into something that I was really happy with. And like
Yeah, you started getting excited about doing the updates instead of
mhm.
like, this still doesn't work and it sucks. So I was so happy. So I'm like, can't you just do this?
Yes, I think for anyone who's watching this that is a video game creator, I used to do video games too, and Angel would play this with me too. But basically, the video game, you have this period where the game just doesn't work, or where you're getting your engine to actually function. And in a tabletop game, you have this period where your game just sucks. Like no matter what you do, it's just broken. It's not fun. There's bad choices. Like everything is awful about it. And like in a video game, you eventually get to the point where it just feels fun to like move around the screen or solve puzzles or whatever. And in a tabletop game, it's finally fun to interact with what you made. And I feel like once you hit that point, like it shifts from like the slog of work to like something you really get excited about.
Like, hey, I actually want to play this now. So
Yeah.
cool, like we've accomplished something here.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's what I get so excited about with the Ludum Dare thing, because we do so many TTRPGs and stuff that like we don't end up focusing on doing. I get more excited about making little card games or like something
Yeah.
that we can print up and physically do too. Like I like the TTRPG stuff, but I also like the, just the difference of being able to make something um, that is, physical and everybody can get out and play.
Yeah. Hey, Better Julie. A Better Julie says, can you put a link to this page? I can't find it. Thank you. So I put a link to the Let 'em Dare page here to Theme Slaughter. You might have to sign up first. I'm not sure on how that works. Also, if it does and it asks you to make a game first, you can literally just leave that screen blank. That's what we always do. In fact, if you look at the screen here, my game is literally just this. It's
I
title,
can't
game
remember.
by, nothing else.
I
So,
can't remember if I have an account or if I logged in on yours, but I remember
mhm.
being able to look at games one year because I remember playing like this weird tractor one. I think that was the Harvest one, but
I do remember that because I was playing through them on the stream and you were like, hey, some of those look cool. So you played them also.
right. So I don't know if I don't think I made an account, but maybe I did. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah. That's another reason, by the way, for people to be interested in Let 'em Dare, because this is a 48 to 72 hour jam, but you would be just blown away by how good some of these are. Like, and some really famous people actually joined sometimes too. Like the creator of Celeste joined at one point. The dude who did Minecraft joined a few of them earlier on. Um, and just like the top, like, I don't know, 20 or 30 games are really fun. Like, they're games you talk about afterward for like an hour or two. Like some of them from last jam still stick with me. And if you like somebody's thing um, on itch, there'll actually be a thing that says like, check out the Ludum Dare 55 games. And when you upload something, it asks you if it is on there. And you'll see a lot of your recommendations are from it. And like, you would not guess that those were made in 2 to 3 days ever. Like some of them are so good. And even the ones that aren't usually have at least one or two cool things about them. Like there was one I didn't like overall, but it was and it's been recommended a few times on itch, but like you basically play this short story about like a stone king or something, and you're imprisoned for something, and it just takes you through this short little story, but like it was really cool how it worked out. So like, the game might necessarily have been fun, but I still rated it highly because of other things it did. A Better Julie says my internet's barely working today, but I'll check it out. Yeah, absolutely. I think this 8 hours is the last of the theme slaughter round, but after this should be like 3 rounds of voting and then one final round of voting, and then the jam starts once this countdown starts. Just a quick thing: I will always, every single time, no matter what, upvote Explorer or Exploration or Caves or like fantasy, just any of that stuff that has to do with exploring or like medieval-esque stuff. I will always upvote because I love it, and it never happens, but I still want it to. Single screen doesn't apply to us as tabletop creators. Extreme opposites sounds cool, but it's not evoking anything. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm gonna say no to that.
What is the developer of Itch's like account? I keep forgetting that.
Oh, dang it. Let me. I'll know it when I see it. Let me pull up the Discord server because I know I'm in there.
My bad.
Oh, you're okay. Um,
Because I was trying to think. I think that something like because they add that like let 'em dare thing on there. I think that they actually enter it too a lot.
oh yeah, that's true. They do. Their name is Leafo, by the way.
Okay,
I remember
I
that.
thought it was Leaf, but I was like, I'm not finding Leaf.
Yeah, for
Leafa.
some reason I thought it was a 4-letter name, so like that kept throwing me off too. I did plus ignorance is bliss because I think that a game where you're trying to learn as little as possible instead of as much as possible sounds interesting in a tabletop game. Like that could be a cool journaling thing where like you're trying to isolate yourself from knowledge. Like, and it could even be metaphorical. Like this is an election year. Maybe ignorance is bliss because you are 100% for something. Like you're 100% for your political party or for, a specific religion or for just any kind of stance on any kind of rights. And the more you learn, the more you find out that like there are other viewpoints in the world.
Yeah.
And like it wouldn't be obviously like that, but it would be something metaphorical about that. So I think that would actually be cool. I'm actually going to add that to our notes too.
Yeah, here on Leafo's account it says, "Hello, I created itch.io. I occasionally make some games. All of the ones that I've finished have been for Ludum Dare." And
Oh wow,
so,
okay.
yeah, that's I saw that the other day and I was really surprised. I was like, "That's cool."
That is very cool. I like that. I also upvoted Inner World because I think that any kind of world that exists outside of our world is neat.
I like
One
that
of
too.
one of my favorite games that I ever saw was I think it was called The Tiny Wizard, and it was just this little business card. It was part of the Tiny Library, the original one. And basically, what you do is you take that card and you just throw it somewhere, and then you like journaled or just imagined what the world would be like if that was a tiny little wizard that had to complete some kind of objective in your world. So
That's
like
cool.
yeah, so like like maybe because our carpet's a little thicker in some places, maybe he'd have a hard time getting through that or whatever. So like
I like the idea of what
this theme is real gameplay footage, I promise.
I like the idea of like even inner world being something where someone's caught in a dream or something. Like it's all in your head or
Yeah,
something in your imagination. I think that's a cool idea too.
I think that's awesome too. I upvoted NPC life because it's another one kind of like a different world, especially since people are do call each other NPCs as a like insult now. Like,
Ew,
um,
guns and meth sounds awful.
yeah, that's two things you don't like.
Like,
it just
ew.
it just reminds me of those mobile game ads where like like sometimes they'll have someone like running up a screen and like it'll be like they'll be shooting constantly and like there'll be two gates and one of them says like +5 and one of them says like -3 and they always run through the worst gate because of course you have to like the whole time you're watching
Yes,
it
I know what
you're
you're
like
talking
I
about.
could do so much better, let me download this game and prove it, like so they
Yes.
do that just reminds me of that.
But then the game has nothing to do with that. It's
Yeah,
really
exactly.
like you're not downloading that game. You're
Yeah,
it's
i'm
just
gonna
like, but I want to fix that.
I'm gonna say yes to bow because I think that could be cool and that maybe you're firing. Well, I don't. That's cool for video games. I don't know about tabletop games. Cleaning, sure. Let's make a sequel to Cleaning House. Whispers of the Ancients. I like that a lot. See, this right here is what makes a perfect theme to me because you can do 1,000 different things with that with no problem, but it's still very evocative and gives you an idea almost immediately. Like,
Like the games Near and Far and all of Red Raven games. Like that
yeah,
reminds me of
exactly.
that. They have such a cool like way of making you feel like you're playing through the rubble of ancient civilizations.
Yes, they do. And yeah, that's exactly it. Like, because the ancients could be anything. It could be the whole like eternity is a loop where like I saw a meme the other day that was like um like humans evolve into like all this knowledge and stuff and then create computers which then creates AI. The AI
Mhm.
takes over the world, a solar flare comes over, knocks out the AI, so humans start praising a sun god and then it all repeats again. So the
Hmm.
ancients could be these computers that we created long ago, it could be aliens that came by Earth, it
Well,
could
there's
be
so many different sci-fi shows that like actually kind of had built on that I liked.
yeah,
Like Battlestar Galactica and the Ancients were the ones that like created the Stargate systems and Stargate and that kind of thing. So it's cool, really pulling in those sci-fi themes.
mhm. I upvoted It Came from Outer Space for basically the same reason. That's a lot of stuff you can do with that.
Yeah,
And
but I feel
as
like that's like really close to what we would have made last year.
it's
So
funny too, because I was just about to say like the game we made last time, and you're right, that was actually the last jam we did because you linked to that
mhm.
earlier, and yeah, that was our very last jam, which we still haven't finished either. I have not finished any of my Let 'em Dare games yet. I really, really, really want to because I'm with Angel. I like making games too, not just TTRPGs. In fact, in a perfect world, to me, we would make fun, fairly complex games that are still really easy to get into because I like that vibe of like it takes you 5 minutes to learn a game, but it would also be a TTRPG or TTRPG playable. Like you could add,
Well, like the Shopkeeper Showdown where we made it now TTRPG or whatever.
yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, you're right. I went back and X'd out It Came from Outer Space. That's fair. Um, whiteout,
I feel
unusual
like
land.
farm animals could just turn very disturbing with people's
Yeah,
video games.
right. Yeah, like a lot of games just about like killing animals and making them into meat or something. Like only 3 colors is a hard pass.
Yeah, yeah. And it's
Launcher's
like
not
three
bad,
E's
but
instead.
loophole I'll go yes on because I think that it'd be fun to make games that like involve loopholes. Actually, no, I
Ooh,
take it back because I don't. Huh?
if we do fishing, maybe we could actually finish Seaside Showdown.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh dang it! I want to go back and click loophole and get like put an X on it because I feel like playing like several games, like a bunch of games. I want to say 2,000, but we're not going to play all 2,000. We usually play like 30 to 40. But like I don't want to play that many games with loopholes. So, but I
Oh
really
well.
like leave something behind too. So it's like okay, there we go. Now I can. We'll get back to all these topics anyway. Whatever. Back and Forth is funny because we just released the digital edition of the Back and Forth, which is a game that Angel made yesterday. Actually, we released it like a week ago, but we just started the sale on it yesterday. It's only $1 right now. So Back and Forth, I'm gonna say no on. Stay Calm is something I need to learn, not something I want to play. I have rage issues like crazy, so I definitely need to learn to stay calm, but not there. Create and Destroy might be fun in a video game, actually. I don't know what we would do in a tabletop form, but I do think that playing a bunch of Create and Destroy games, those are actually some of my favorite video games anyway, where like you have the destructive environments or whatever.
That just reminds me of like maybe more of a legacy game.
Oh, that's true. I'm gonna make a note of that just in case. Then Create and Destroy a legacy game. That would be really cool if we could make a legacy game in a few days. In fact, maybe that would be a reason for us to finish the one game I really like, Legacies of Tomorrow. Right? Yeah,
Hmm.
I like that one. Through the Lens is interesting because it sounds like a different viewpoint. Like here's the world, and then but if you look at it through this lens, this is what this world looks like now. This is
Or
chemistry, not
even
even
like if
spelled
you
right.
have something with, huh?
I said this is chemistry, but not even spelled right. Like,
Through the Lens could also be like a game where you're interpreting photographs.
yeah, that's true. That is an interesting point. Like you could have, and I don't think that'd be a problem with Canva. Like we could even just make like a slideshow of different images from Canva, and then you're interpreting them or something. It could even be like a random thing, like you're given a story based on kind of like they do that Netflix show that has the episodes in random order, and supposedly
Hmm.
it's different. Like if you just had like if we had like 30 Canva photos made or whatever, and then people got 10 in a random order, it would tell a different story somehow. Like it'd be up to them to interpret it. Um, I love that people in Ludum Dare have a sense of humor because this one is
Oh,
rodent of
yes, it
unusual
is.
size. Yes, so that has to get a yes. Um, Reincarnated is also legacy, so I'm gonna go with that. Not vehicles. I don't even like driving vehicles in video games. I don't want a bunch of video games. Self-centered, definitely
No,
no. Pirates. I
pirates are good.
yeah. Yeah, I feel like I want
Same thing
something.
with killed by pirates is good.
Yeah, true. I feel like I want something more specific about pirates as a theme, but like
Well, you
pirates as a
can
theme is fine.
specify it, like
Yeah, it's true.
like you can hone in.
And honestly, just having pirates means it could be like present day pirates that are like pirating like digital stuff or whatever.
Exactly.
Polarity, I'm going to say no on. Small is better than big. I'm going to say no on. Here's where we're starting to get a lot of no's in a row. Like, see, I told you it was coming. Wake up. It is 3 a.m. No, not at 3 a.m. No thanks. We usually go to bed at like 1:30 or 2. So that'd be like an hour of sleep. We'll pass.
Well, if we're already awake at 3 a.m., we can just go to bed then.
Yeah, there you go. Shortcuts only sounds like an interesting racing game where you're not allowed to take the race course. Like maybe there are road closed signs along the race course, and so you have to make your own shortcuts. I
That
actually
would be
have an
fun.
idea for a racing game that uses the ability to drive through different areas anyway, so that's fine. Stucky items. No, thank you.
Like what?
Yeah. Back to lots of no's here. Lonely Island. That's funny because of like the band.
Mhm.
But they probably mean like an island where you are lonely. I think you can like. I think if somebody suggests something, you cannot suggest it. So island is probably in there because we just had islands too. Island was probably in there, and like somebody added to it, but they couldn't remember the word deserted. But I should have done this. That's funny. Insert insightful contradiction here. See, I told you people have humor.
Hmm.
Frog like you can't escape is interesting, but I don't really want to make it you can't escape game. Educative is fun, but I don't really want to do that. Loud gets lonely is an interesting contradiction since that person just said insightful contradiction. Because normally lonely is silence, but loud gets lonely. Would be interesting too because basically there's a lot of lonely people who, you'll have your TV playing like something on Netflix, you're scrolling through your phone, you're doing whatever else, but it's still lonely because you're doing it on your own. And like I don't want
Well,
to make a
even
game
think
about that.
about yeah, think about being in a room with a bunch of people arguing, but they're not paying attention to you. Like everybody's all loud, and it's just like
Oh, that's interesting too.
like
Yeah.
people are distracted and like, oh, okay, we're not instead of just kind of interacting with each other, we're trying to be heard instead. And so when you're trying to be heard and you don't listen, it is lonely.
Yeah, that's very true. I hit yes on risk versus reward because I think it'd be fun to make a push your luck game.
Yes.
And I hit yes on we don't talk about that one because that's close to we don't talk about Bruno, and that's just funny. Let's see. Plot twist. Breakneck speed is kind of like a racing thing too, but eh. Plus, it limits you to have to be really fast in a game. Unless it's like breakneck speed, like for a turtle, in which case that's not very fast. I don't know. Or a sloth. Keep it simple feels like something I need to do, but it's not a theme. Ancient Relic's cool. I'll keep that one. Because again, it's just cool to have discoveries and stuff. My goodness, there's a lot of just like no, 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 no. See, we're already at like basically like 20%. Oh, yeah, 15% voted yes on so far, and that'll drop even more as we go. This room seems familiar. That's funny. I could see that being an interesting exploration thing where like you're somehow being trapped and like because there was another one that said like you can't escape or whatever, and like that's much more vague. But this room seems familiar. Kind of evokes like looping back to the same room, but not being sure. So that's more interesting to me. Oh, there we go. That's our lives right there. This room, I'm adding. This room seems familiar to our notes of good lists, but someone else does the work is a funny one. Um, that sounds like the kind of thing where like you're hiring a bunch of people to do things. So it'd be like a worker placement game. Like basically you play as
Oh, that's a good idea.
yeah, like you're the manager of a company, but you don't actually do anything. You just hire other people to do everything. I saw a meme the other day that said something like, if somebody can get hired as a CEO at 3 different companies at the same time, obviously CEOs don't do a lot of work. So it's like, yeah, same thing. Someone else does it. It's cool. And Once Upon a Time's fun. Actually, I take it back. I want to make that one, and I'm going to make a note of someone else does the work being a worker placement game because if later on I might see this again and be like, I hate that idea. Why would anybody vote for that? And it's like I did. But sacrifice to survive is a lot like you must leave something behind, except that sacrifice feels more painful. Whereas leave something behind could be like, I brought a roll of pennies. I left 1 penny in each room. It's cool. So I'm going to go with a yes on that too. Oh, that's awesome. Pet the dog. Yay. I don't have a way to have pet the dog in a tabletop game though, so I'm passing on it. Unfriendly Muppets. That's funny. I'm still gonna say no to it, but
Sorry, I was quiet there. I was messaging mom.
you're fine. Yeah, I saw you sent messages, but I can't check them unless I'm not talking and doing stuff. So
Okay.
uh,
Yeah, her physical therapy is at 1 p.m. and I was just checking it since she was watching the live stream for church. Like, I was just checking if she wanted to do her therapy or not. So I was seeing if I was having to leave the stream.
Gotcha. That's cool. You can't trust the game. I like that very much. I always thought that one of the coolest things about stories when I learned about them is the like, oh, there's a word for it, but basically like an untrustworthy narrator, like the narrator that isn't necessarily telling the truth about a story. And I love that that's possible. So I like the idea of you can't trust the game, like the game isn't telling you something, or and I think that a lot of games made with this theme would be really fun because everybody could do something very different with it. In fact, I'm going to add that to our notes too. I don't know what we'd do with it yet. You can't trust the game. Maybe that would be like some kind of like because Angel was talking about maybe making a choose your own adventure game. Maybe to be a choose your own adventure game where there are secret options that you don't see, and so like you feel like you're limited to these bad choices. Unreliable narrator. Thank you, a better Julie. Um, I just like the idea of an unreliable game then too. In fact, I kind of wanted to make a legacy game before it was called like Make Your Own Fate or something like that was what I was calling it. But basically, it was a rondel game where the chosen hero has to sacrifice themselves to save the world every so often. And so the first game you play is just a small little rondel. You're going around, and there's like these actions to kind of work toward the end of the game, and then the game ends, and somebody dies, and end of the game. Then the next generation, the rondel is expanded a little bit, and like each time you play it, this rondel is changing over time, and you start having these new ways to win, where nobody sacrifices themselves, and instead you like figure out some other solution to the problem, or like if it's a dragon attacking you, just talk to the dragon, and instead of like what was that movie we just watched, Damsel, that was called.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, I won't spoil anything in that movie, but like basically something like that where it's not just kill or be killed, there's another option. So
Better Julie asks, what is a legacy game? A legacy game is basically they take a game and they make it so that something is permanently changed forever by your actions. So, like you tear up a card or you mark up a board or something, but it permanently changes something because of something that happened and the way you scored in a game changes how you be able to play the game in the future.
yeah, some games that do it are like there's a game called
Pandemic.
Pandemic
Yeah.
Legacy, yeah, where basically each game you might apply a sticker to the board that makes it either easier or harder the next time. Um, there are other legacy games where like Aeon's End Legacy.
That one
Um,
was fun.
yeah, each game you played, you unlock new cards that you can use, and then your characters get better abilities, but then you're also
Yeah, they
fighting
have
a
little
harder
stickers that
enemy
you
each
put on
time.
your character card. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You're fine. Yeah, that was really neat because the stickers didn't necessarily do anything, but they made your people look cooler. And some of the stickers did give you new abilities, but some of them were just like, here, have a staff. And so like your
Yeah.
character is now holding the staff instead of just standing there, and like they get cooler looking throughout the game too.
I think that did represent like they actually had like a stronger weapon or something like
Mhm.
you did gain things. So yeah, it just changes the makeup of the game so that it affects your next gameplay.
Um,
Those can be a little tough because you are actually destroying or changing something permanently in the game, and so like you're paying $60 or $80 for a game, and then you're like stickering it up or marking it or tearing up a card or getting rid of something. And I'm always like, I don't want to ruin the game. But other
yeah.
games do it in a way that it makes it feel like, okay, you're not completely destroying it, you're making it something new.
Mhm. A better Julie said, I love the idea of stickers as a change. And yeah, it's funny though, you will never be more nervous than when you're putting a sticker on a game. Like
Oh, I know. Oh, when they make you do that, like when you're putting a game together, like I don't mind doing punch boards and stuff, but when you actually have to put a sticker on your like little wooden meeples or on the little like cubes or something, I'm always so nervous because it's like, okay, I placed that crooked, it's gonna be crooked forever. But
exactly. I said yes to waiting in line because I think it'd be cool, and I made a note that it'd be cool to make a game that you play while waiting in line. In fact, actually, did I put life
Well, that's
instead?
something that Carla wanted too, was for us to come up with a T-shirt game. I'm sure
Oh
she's
yeah,
gonna
that's
let that
true.
go by now, but like that's something that they had wanted, was for T-shirt games for the cons.
Speaking of which, those shirts probably fit us now.
Yeah,
She bought us a couple of them. Like, there's this company that makes games that are on T-shirts, and I think the one that she got us was actually like a cooperative game. Like the two players have a shirt and like they work together somehow. But like we
yeah,
definitely
we'll
love
have
that
to do
idea.
that.
We love the idea of games on anything. Like I think it's really cool that you can just do stuff like that. I actually have a start to a game where you play it. Um, I think the front page is like a sheet of paper that you write on, and then you have like a stack of like 9 or 18 cards, and each of those cards allows you to do something on the paper. And so basically, you use the like cards in your hand as like something to write against, and then the paper is, like you're altering the paper as you play. So that way you just have this one little thing in one hand and a pen or pencil in the other hand, and then that's the game. I haven't even
Oh,
tested
cool.
it yet. I made it one time when one of the really cool things about tabletop games is like if you get an idea, you can basically prototype it usually within like an hour or two. And so there was a while there where I was just really creative and I just like threw a lot of ideas out. And they might suck, who knows? They might not be worth chasing after, but it's fun. Like I don't know if this is true for you, Angel, but I feel like it is. For me, my favorite thing about making tabletop games is that it's kind of like a puzzle. Like you're trying to take an idea in your head and you're trying to make it fun. And like doing that, you lose a lot from your brain to the paper or your brain to the parts, but then you can build that back up to something, it's usually very different from what it was in your head, but also potentially better. And I think that's a fun puzzle.
Well, and I think that it's a lot more tactical, like tactile, like because you're actually making something physical. Whereas, like with TTRPGs and papers and stuff, it all lives on the computer, and like you do print it up later on a page, but like you're not putting it together like in pieces. It's just on a, like that's I think why I like zines too, because you kind of puzzle together, fitting it all in different pages and the way that looks, together. So there's just something like more satisfying in creating something in pieces that come together than it is, something as a whole. Like I don't know if that makes
Yeah.
sense.
No, I totally get that. I totally agree. I thought it was funny that Too Far Gone was a theme, and then the next one randomly was Redemption. So
Oh,
those are two very opposite things. I also guessed unconventional weapon because I love things that aren't weapons or aren't tools or whatever, but then they are used as them. I guessed Doomsday because I think it'd be fun to make a game where you're trying to avoid Doomsday, like a Y2K or, like we just lived through and are still living through a
I feel like we're
pandemic.
gonna get stuck in the roll and write thing that we were trying to do before, though. Like when we do the doomsday, like we keep getting stuck on really wanting to do a roll and write, and then it just not coming out.
Yeah, very fair. I also guessed Too Far Gone because I think the idea of I actually had an idea in my head of like um so you play as like this knight who is sent to kill this person by the king. And when you get there, you find out that the guy is like he hasn't done anything. Like there's no reason to kill them. And so like as a heroic knight, like you don't kill them. And then you find out that the king is corrupt and having you basically kill all of their enemies for them so that like they can rule like without enemies. And
Which is
so
funny since we just watched Wish, like, and it
yeah,
felt a
that's
little
true.
like that.
And because you're a heroic knight, you cannot harm the king yourself. Like you've taken a vow to serve the king, you can't harm them. But you can train this like super weak, not fighting person into doing it for you. So you have to fight this person and in doing so, like build up their strength in different stats. Like, every time you hit them, they get more defense. Every time you block them or like they hit you, they gain more strength or whatever. So like what they're doing, they gain leveling up.
You know what's really weird is that just kind of reminds me of, Job in the Bible, where, he was tested, and, in the end, it just reminds me of, more like God's playing with a person to get them built up better and stronger.
Yeah, that makes sense because
Like,
that
hey, I'm going to send persecutions to you, and it may feel like, your life is going like wrong in so many ways, but actually it's building you up for something better.
That makes sense. Because, yeah, that's what I say. Like, God doesn't make you patient. He sends you things that will
Things
make you
to,
patient.
yeah,
Yeah, like
send
tests
you
it.
opportunities to be patient.
Yeah, exactly. That makes sense. I said yes to find a way because I think it's interesting just finding ways to do things like or succeed at things. I also said yes to the obvious solution is the wrong one, just because I think it would be fun to set something up like that or play a lot of games where that's the case. I've always loved the games where like you just have like a screen or whatever and you have to figure out how to do a thing, and like it's always the weirdest way that you do something. So hyper consumption. Maybe I could finish more and more and more. There was a game I made where you are like basically rich people, and you're trying to find out ways that's spelled wrong to spend all your money, and but you want to have like the nicest house, so like you get more points if you have like a set of something or whatever. Like, but I don't remember exactly how it works, and it was never even play tested, so it'd be a chance to work on it some more. It is kind of a bigger game though, like it has a board and like a bunch of cards and stuff. So lots more no's. It's almost always the case that if it's a single word, I don't like it. I've found.
That's fair.
This game, or this says 0 players. I've always wanted to make, I don't know if anyone's familiar with like idle games, where basically the game, like it's usually a mobile game, and it basically plays itself. Then you can take like the currency the game earns and apply it toward like making your engine better or whatever. But the game plays itself constantly. And I just thought it'd be really funny to punish people with an idle card game where you're having to flip the cards yourself. Like, but that's basically your interaction with the game is you're just flipping the cards and doing like, oh, I have like 10 now. I can buy another card and add it to the deck. And so I thought it'd be fun to do that. That would still be not be 0 players. In fact, I don't think it's possible to make a 0
Yeah, I
player
was just
game.
thinking that, like, how can you play? Like, I don't know, like even a video game. It's like, how do you do 0 players? A player is playing.
Yeah, even the act of watching it is playing to some extent. Like so. Oh, I take it back. Lost Truth is fun. I actually like that one a lot. 1950s B grade science fiction. That would be
That's
really
just
fun.
specific.
It is very specific, but like it does evoke like an idea in your head of like people in really bad costumes and like like the camera work is awful. Like like I know it's not 50s, but kind of like the original Star Trek, where like people would shake around really bad and like just things like that. So like,
Well, that reminded me of the Will Wheaton show that they had the person that played Seven of Nine on there, and they were totally in different casts of Star Trek, but they're like, no, wait, watch, and they're like, there's an explosion, and they literally both did the exact same like choreographed movements of how they bounce around, like without any kind of planning or
oh
anything.
wow,
It was hilarious.
that's amazing.
They're like, yeah, they train us to like to respond to a like, like we've been hit, it's like it's this.
That's awesome. I said yes to choose your equipment because I think it would be fun to make a game where you like maybe the game is kind of randomized and then but you choose your starting equipment and that's what makes the difference in the game. I said yes to time is power because it's a great metaphor for things anyway. Like your time is your power. Like you can invest your time however you want to do it and you will grow as a person. So I think that's cool. And then scavenge is another thing that I will always upvote because I like scavenging. I like dumpster diving. I don't do dumpster diving in real life, but I love the idea of it. And like, I want to make a video game or
My
tabletop game
dad
out of
was a dumpster diver.
yeah, exactly. Cupid Deadly is fun, but I don't want to make it a theme. Zombie survival game. I like zombies. I don't want to make a game about it. Definitely not unusual geometry because then we're back to like math games. What goes around could be fun actually. It'd be like a karma game.
Or a rondell.
That's true. Maybe each time you go around the board, you're changing it a little bit. Like you put a token on something that makes the space better or worse. And then like, it could be like a rondel farming game even. Like each time you go around is a full year. And so like, 1 year you could like use a farm and then so
Rondell
it's
Legacy.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's like all the themes combined. Like, and so that field will produce less next time because you used it. But if you take it that round to like, like fertilize and take care of it and let it rest and whatever, like it'll be, even better. It'll get rid of all those negative tokens and get like a +1 or something. So, but then like because it's multiplayer, like maybe the other player gets there before you and they get the benefits instead of you. So you're like pushing your luck of like, do you want to like improve something that might be stolen from you or not? Or make it even worse for the next player, but then you might be the one that lands on it. So, LGBT, heck yeah, but it's not a theme. Around the world's always fun. I like traveling games. I don't know what I'd do with it, but I do like it. I also really like games with like contagions, like Plague Inc. and stuff like that, but I would definitely wouldn't want to make one for a tabletop game. Lost at Sea is okay, but I don't. Yeah, actually, that would be a cool TTRPG game. And I always love cartography. So definitely cartography. I don't even know what collect is dead means. Lots of no's again. I feel like For As Long As I Am should be like more deep than it actually is. Like it's only half of a something.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I guess that means it's up to the creator to finish it. For as long as I am standing, I will whatever or something like. But moving levels would be cool in a video game, but definitely not a tabletop game. Definitely not exam. I don't want to make a test. Like, no thanks. I also don't want to play a bunch of tests.
And I don't want anything like time based again, like at this point, since that other one was every 10 seconds.
Very true. I think Ouroboros are cool, but I definitely don't want to make a game about one. For anyone not familiar, Ouroboros is like a snake eating itself.
I was wondering if that's what it was. But...
Yeah, it's that thing, like the snake that is so long it's eating its own tail. Nothing lasts forever is true, but I don't want to make a game that takes place over like decades or centuries. So, unless it was another legacy game, in which case
I was just thinking legacy game.
Yeah, exactly. Perfectly polished part actually sounds like it would be a fun one. Yeah, I'm gonna say no on it. I almost said yes, but I'm gonna say no on it just because I don't want to make one. But I think it would be cool to see a bunch of different people making a game where like 80% of the game is junk, but then 20% of it's really, really good because you spend all the time on that. You are bananas. That's funny.
BANANA.
Yeah. Someone put the snowman emoji there, but the snowman emoji didn't show up. I think this is something someone does every year. Like, and actually, I take it back. I think people can suggest 3 themes because I remember seeing one that was all like 1 year I was like snowman, and then there was a snowman emoji, and then there was like a snowflake snowman snowflake emoji. Like, and I remember seeing in the in the posts section of the page that they do that every time. So I'm assuming that open world repeationist is supposed to be like repetitive. Like, so it's like an open world where you're doing the same thing over and over again. Kind of like Assassin's Creed do that now, where like they have like billboards or not billboards, but like boards that you can go to and they just give you random quests.
Or they misspelled receptionist.
Ooh, open world receptionist is actually really interesting though.
I know. It's like, that'd be funny.
Now I want like open world concierge where you just have to like know the world and tell people where to go, but like you don't actually go anywhere yourself.
That just feels like the narrator from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah, exactly. That's fair. A better Julie says, I guessed open world receptionist also, so that's funny. Like, you're not the only one. I'm the only one that didn't, apparently. Right place, wrong time is funny, but like, that's not the one I want to do. Especially right after a bridge just collapsed. Like, I don't really want to do right place, wrong time. Descend to ascend is like, go down to go up in a fancier way, but dang it, again and again feels like another legacy thing. Why is legacy on my brain so hard right now?
I was saying, we're going to be making a legacy game for this Ludum Dare.
Also, for what it's worth, when Angel is talking about legacy games, one of the hardest things about legacy games is playtesting them, because you have to play test playing through that game like multiple times and go down different routes to see if the game's balanced or not.
Yeah, there's just no, doing that in 48 hours or
No.
72.
Yeah. Touching grass. The game screen is just says like go outside. Like that's the whole game. Or in our case, it'd just be a PDF that says go outside.
It's so funny because that's just like was not a problem from my generation because we weren't allowed in the house. Like it was just like go outside.
Yeah. No kidding. The plastic world just reminds me of how many memes I've seen lately where like we as human beings just eat so many microplastics that like eventually we're going to become microplastics, and like so like we are the plastic world. But parable of, I gotta look up what this means. Parable of the ice cube.
Just reminds me of those mysteries of how did somebody like, die and it was the ice melted or whatever.
Yeah, exactly, from like that Mind Trap game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I googled it. Nothing comes up. They
Mm.
they must have made this up as something where you have to come up with the parable of the ice cube, which I just feel like is going to be a lot of the games where somebody's like dead and the floor is wet. So
How did it happen? Oh, they were
yeah,
standing on ice.
yeah, exactly. Archaeology is another theme that I will always say yes to every single time. If I had my way and I could just snap my fingers and be any job in the world, it would be something to do with digging in the dirt, like digging things up, finding treasures, any of that stuff.
Which is funny to me because you hate bugs so bad and there's always so many
I
like bugs in
do.
the dirt.
I also hate heat, and like most archaeology is shown in
In
like
the desert.
hot places.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is not ideal for you.
I love the metaphor of stirring the pot as a theme, but I do not want to make a game for it. It basically just sounds like where like there are a lot of like God simulator games where like you kind of create a world and then it just kind of lives itself out. And so stirring the pot would just be like every once in a while you have to come by and kind of mess with your world just to stir it. And like that's interesting, but you definitely can't do that in a tabletop game.
I
Or
don't
at least
know, like some
not
kind
well.
of dice rolling chaotics would be interesting.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
Throwing dice like after certain things just to see what happened and then, that is what
Huh.
affects what's going on.
Okay, I'll give that a yes because of that. Stir the pot. I'm making a note of that. A dice game where for some reason you are re-rolling dice, not necessarily of your choosing.
Yeah, like not your turn, but they're an effect.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We'd have to come up with a way to do that as a solo game because most people are going to play solo. So
Fair.
it could be that like a game is just, like you're going through maybe a deck of cards, and so like you get like a recipe you're trying to make. Like you're trying to make beef stew or something, and so like you roll your dice and you're like, okay, I have beef and I have onions and I have like gravy now. So like I'm starting a good set, but then it's all like re-roll these two dice,
Raspberries.
or yeah, exactly, like you draw a card and it's all like now you have this and now you have that, and like re-roll these things, and so like you're just constantly like in flux of what you're making. Platform. I'm guessing platform is already taken.
A
Impractical
platypus
weapon.
platformer.
Yeah, platypus. Yes, platypus platformer. Can platypus even jump? I wonder. Like I know elephants can't. I don't know if there are other animals that can't. I understand with elephants, they're just so
Now
heavy.
I've got to Google what animals can't jump.
Yes, there you go. I like impractical, even though it's spelled wrong, weapon as a theme, like unconventional weapon, because impractical makes it seem even worse. Like this is a weapon that should not be used as a weapon, not just like not something that's commonly used as a weapon. Like unconventional weapon is like John Wick. I killed 5 people with a pencil or whatever. But like impractical weapon is like I beat up 10 people with a piece of paper. Like something completely different, like that you really shouldn't use, but like it worked. I meant to say yes on that. Oops. I'm actually going to add that.
It's funny, I'm looking this up and like there's definitely a theme in what can't jump. There's like 25 animals that can't jump, and a lot of them are like either like a buggy lizard type thing, like a snake, or like big things like hippopotamuses and elephants.
What was the first half of it?
Like hippos and elephants,
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair.
rhinos.
Yeah, I would imagine crocodiles can't jump, even though they're like not all that heavy, just because they're so long and their legs are so short.
They can lunge.
Hmm.
I've seen them lunge like very aggressively. Tortoises can't jump. Slugs can't jump. That's good. Possums can't jump. That's surprising. Oh, that's good. Ticks can't jump. Like starfish and a bunch of like sea creatures can't jump.
That makes sense. I said yes to clickbait because I think it would be fun, even if it's something you only play once, where like you're presented with a maybe a deck of like facts, quote unquote facts, that are like true or false, and people don't know, and so they have to just sort them into true or false things. And then like maybe you're presented with like what you did or didn't realize was true or not. Like another one of those games based on like your perception of things from only seeing one side of things or whatever. I take it back. Two choices is kind of fun. Like it'd be interesting to have a game where you're limited to just two things that you can do. Math is everywhere. There's one for you.
No.
Uh,
That's why I keep you around so you can math and I don't have to.
yeah, there you go. History Rewritten would be an interesting legacy game. Actually, like you play through a game and stuff happens once, and then the next game you are rewriting what happened to a way that suits your player or whatever. Uh, you play out the actions and then rewrite them in a way that suits your goals. I'll put. Don't take it personally. Yeah, thanks. That's what everybody wants to hear all the time. I think an anachronism is something that's out of place, like time wise.
Isn't there a BGA game on it, like the Anachrony or whatever?
Yeah, anachrony. Yep. And yeah, that's correct. A thing belonging or appropriate to a period other than that in which it exists, especially a thing that is conspicuously old fashioned.
Which is why Anachrony comes off as very time travel-y, that you're affecting different parts of time.
Yeah, exactly.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I'll keep that one. Unusual transport is another fun one. Like you could be riding a turtle or like something. I don't know. We still have 1,768 themes to go. Three Body Problem. That's funny that's in here. That's a Netflix. Is it Netflix, I think?
Yeah,
Show?
but it's a book. Yeah.
Book. Yeah, that was a book and then made into a Netflix show. Right.
And it's also a mathematical equation, which
Yes.
is what it was.
Oh, hey, it's another Princess Bride thing. Putrescence. Actually, I like that it's a Princess Bride thing. I don't want to make a game about putrescence, though. So
No.
or play like 50 games about putrescence.
That reminds me of the labyrinth, the bog of the eternal stench.
Yes, exactly. When I was a kid, that was like the scariest thing ever to me for some reason. I don't know why. I said yes to locks and keys because one of the big things of video games is that nobody ever makes a good lock picking mechanic. And so I think it'd be fun to make a lock picking mechanic in a tabletop game instead. Don't get fired could be funny. Like you're all trying to do the minimal work possible without getting fired. So like maybe the winner is the person who did the least work without getting fired. So if you do too much work, you're going to lose. But if you don't do enough work and you get fired, then you lose.
That would be funny.
I don't know how you do that as a solo game, but unusual progressions, another one is unusual things. But like now that I'm seeing so many of them, I'm like, I just want to downvote all of them.
I feel like when you say you don't know how to do that as a solo game, the only thing I can ever think of is like add dice, then
That's true.
can, really randomize something up for you.
That's a fair point. And I always say that too, that like I prefer even competitive games where you're playing more against the game itself than you are against the other player. So it's
Mhm.
more like which one of you can handle the situation better, because then you're not necessarily playing something just against a person. It feels like, like Angel and I play all of our games together. If we play a game that's just me versus her 20 times, 5 times later, it's basically the same game. But when you have a lot of randomization and stuff, it makes it different. And oh my goodness, this theme is time is.
That's funny.
So it would be like I can't remember the name of that movie with Justin Timberlake, where like time was your life.
Yeah, it was called shoot. I thought it was just that time, but now I
It
gotta look
might
that up.
be, yeah, okay. If you look it up, I won't. But yeah, I just feel like this would be the same thing, except that instead of time being your life, time is your food. And so like
In time, yeah.
in time. Okay. So yeah, if you had like 100 years to live to start off your life, every time you ate, you'd lose a little bit of your life. And which, I mean, we kind of do as human beings anyway when we choose to eat poorly. So I mean that's kind of fair anyway. Plus it's just funny. Time is edible is funny. Unicode fireman. I have no idea what that I know what each of those words means. I don't know what that means when you combine the two of them.
I think some people just like the way things sound together and don't think about how that could be a game.
Oh, that's interesting. If you just click on the thing, it actually Google searches it for you. Because I
Oh,
wanted to highlight this to find out. I know what a raison d'etre is, or I've heard it, but I don't know what actually is. You know what I mean? And Google says the most important reason or purpose for something or someone's existence. That is interesting. It could be about finding your life's purpose. It could be kind of like Wish, where like you give up your life's purpose to live a freer life that's happier because you don't have this goal in your life of a wish of like
like a
dream you have.
burden of it not coming true.
Yeah, exactly. It could be everybody just gets the reason for existence. It could be all kinds of things there. So that's interesting. I do feel like almost everybody would be like me and have to Google it, but that's how we learn things, and so that's great. Tapestry is actually interesting. I think that would be another really cool legacy game, actually. Actually, it'd be a cool legacy game and artifact game, because the end of the game you would actually draw onto, like maybe you'd start with a blank piece of paper.
I was gonna
And
say maybe not at the end of the game, but throughout the game, and then end up
oh, I
with
like
it.
that even more. Yeah, so then at the end of each game you have a tapestry of what happened. That's really interesting. Throughout I want to make this anyway at some point. Like several of these games I want to do anyway. One of them I said earlier, or one of them I guessed earlier but didn't say anything, was create a new genre, which I just like the idea of making something completely new, because it's kind of impossible
Yeah,
to make something completely new. So like just the idea of making, and jams are great for experimentation anyway, because you're making something over like 2 to 3 days. So if you're just trying to make something that's never existed, it's probably going to be awful, but it'll be your first try at it, and maybe it'll inspire other people. And so you'll have a whole new genre created because you made this horrible thing in 3 days. So for the tapestry, throughout the game, you write or you draw on a piece of paper, and at the end of the game you've created something. I like that too, because each player gets to draw it too. Like if you're playing a multiplayer game, so you've all created this thing together. I'm thinking um, maybe cut a sheet of paper into strips to use, so that we'd have like 3 or 4 strips. So that way, it's not like just a sheet of paper. It's more like a most tapestries are not, the ratio of like 8.5 to 11. It's more wide or more tall than the other way. So
that'd be cool. I was thinking about even having, things like where Motley has the cards to have different things, like having a story be told or something, and then like everybody has drawn like a piece of that, but then later on you have to put those together like as a cooperative thing, like to make sense, like from your story. Even something like that would be cool.
oh, that would be really cool. You're right. I like that too. I like anything where you're cooperatively storytelling anyway, and then like kind of bringing it together more is really awesome. I said yes to mission failed successfully because I always think those memes are funny anyway. And I like the idea of success through failure. Like, and it's kind of metaphorical too. Like, you can totally fail, just like bomb at something awfully, but like you successfully do it anyway. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to lose weight and I don't feel good today. I got really sick, so I didn't get accomplish anything. But hey, because I wasn't awake, I lost 3 pounds because I felt sick. And like that's the worst way to lose weight, but I did it. So whatever. I also said yes to your favorite movie scene because I think that would be a really wide array of games. And it could even be fun just kind of guessing what movie scene people have made a game out of. And we'd have fun picking our own too. So, it could be something from The Princess Bride. It could be something from something else entirely. Like, it would just be really cool to favorite movie scene it up. Honestly,
Yeah,
I
like
would probably,
using the Battle of Wits or something like that.
yeah, I would probably do something like off the top of my head right now, more like Shaun of the Dead, where they're like just throwing the random junk at the zombie trying to like stop it. I think that would be funny. Like just a quick little like, and honestly, what could be fun about that is it could just be like, like you do playlists of music. You could have like a playlist of just like small little games that you're playing. I'm gonna write that down as a note actually. Um, your favorite movie scene, maybe a collection of tiny little games you play that each capture a different movie scene. I put Decaying World because it would give me an opportunity to make the game that I've conceptualized at least with Angel's help largely. In fact, I think it was her concept um, that a mentee of mine made for a while back called Patrick Potions was the original game. But Angel had come up with the idea of, or maybe I did, but it was while you were playing Assassin's Creed. One of the Assassin's Creed games, there was just like this art on like the side of a hill that was like kind of carved in. And I Googled it and like those actually did exist. Like, and the way that they worked is that people would like dig into the grass or whatever, and then they'd fill that with stones. And every so often you'd have to go back and you'd have to cut back the grass. You'd have to, trim back weeds. And then you like, if any stones fell out, you'd have to replace them. And I like the idea of like, you are somebody who, are a descendant of the person who made it. So maybe you're like the fifth or sixth in line taking care of this thing. And, at the start of the game, either you're really excited about it, or maybe you'd rather do literally anything else with your life than take care of this stupid thing. And so like, and throughout the game, maybe you'll learn that like, you don't have to keep it the same. You can make it something different. Like you can, like when part of it gets messed up, you can recreate this into a different piece of art and make it your own. So that like, while it's still in your family's line, it's yours too. And so I like the idea of doing that. I was going to put my mountain art version of Patchwork Potions, which I'd have to get permission from the creator to do because the game's not like fully released yet. Okay, we're back to doing more of these. Lots and lots and lots of no's. Based on a book is fun, but I don't want to do a whole game based on a book. I like the scene more than just a book. And I actually don't really read much anymore, like at all. So it's not a bug; it's a feature. That sounds funny, but it sounds like something that people would make in a longer jam. Like you have to make a bug first,
Yeah, I agree.
and those usually happen. Like the best, it's not a bug; it's a feature. Are accidental bugs. It's not like you'd purposely throw a bug in the game and be like, "Yeah, it's not a bug; it's a feature." Just a little guy is fun. I like that. That's cute. It also reminds me of like when we just had it recently happen to us where like we're walking down the road and like somebody's dog runs at us and they're like, "Oh, don't feel bad, it's fine, they're friendly." So like, it's just like some little like monster thing you have, and like whenever people get scared, "Oh, don't worry, it's just a little guy, it's fine." I don't know what we do for a
It
game
just
with that.
reminds me of Eldritch Pets, like that.
Yeah,
We
there you
made
go.
the monkey.
That's a great point. Yeah, Angel, Laura, and Rochelle made a game together called Eldritch Pets, and it was about basically a small little eldritch creature that like is your pet, and you're hoping it goes down a good path, but it
Yeah,
might
you're
not.
fighting the balance of good and evil in it by trying to, nurture it. It's kind of like a practice of nurture versus nature, kind of thing. Like, can you beat out the nature of an eldritch pet by nurturing it?
Yeah, That's awesome. I said, speaking of which, I said yes to unusual pet because I think it'd be fun to have an unusual pet scenario kind of thing. It's kind of the same as just a little guy. I also said yes to you only get 100 because I like games that limit you to a certain amount of things, and that could be like $100. It could be 100 dice. I actually just recently.
I don't feel like 100 dice is a limit. I think
Well,
that's
fair.
the excess of something, but yeah, I know what you mean.
I feel like you would like keep track of that on a piece of paper, like, and you'd kind of X them out. Like so maybe you'd have like 5 dice because that's the most you can roll at a time. But like, you only get 100 or whatever. I actually made a game fairly recently that it's called the XD6 system, where you interpret dice rolls based on like success or failure. But not only is like a certain number of success or failure, but like a 1 is like you completely lose that die and it's just gone. And a 6, I think, lets you bring one back. I don't remember. But basically, you're gambling on each roll. So, like, if you need 8 successes, you might want to roll 16 dice, but there's a good chance you'll lose several of them, and you might still not even succeed at it. So, like, there's this interesting balance of that. And so, if you only have 100, maybe you could permanently lose all your dice, and then the game's over. Multiple perspectives is kind of like the through the lens or whatever, but like not as cool. Minimalist is something I should go for, but that's not going to happen. Honestly, if we tried to make a minimalist game, we'd probably make like our biggest game yet somehow by accident.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, like I found a map because it captures the whatchamacallit, the cartography thing with like exploration too. Like, what is this map to? Like, you know, maybe you're seeking out treasure. Maybe this is a map of your world that like is very different from the map we have of our world. Maybe this is where flat Earth comes from. Like, this is a flat Earth map, and you have to go to the edge, you know, quote unquote edge of the world to actually see if it's real or not. And then, you know, the game would end with like, obviously it's not true. Like, this was something somebody made as an April Fool's joke or something. But at least, you know, you got to travel out of it, so that's cool. Super heavyweight. There's like 3 or 4 now where it's about being really fast. That's funny. Anti-gravity city. Success at a cost is interesting.
At a cost or as a cost?
At a cost.
Okay.
It could be kind of like the dice thing I was just talking about, where like, you know, like you're losing something permanently each time or something like that. Or like what was that game called? Fable 3, where like at the end of that game, this is a super old game. I don't feel bad about spoiling it, but at the end of Fable 3, you get rid of the king that was in charge and you become the king, and then you find out that like the world's ending very soon, and if you don't earn a certain amount of money, like your people won't be able to escape. So you have to become a bad king yourself, basically. Mm-hmm. And so it's interesting that it captures that, where this king was actually trying to help people by being awful because he didn't want to tell people what was going on. So like, yeah, you saved everybody, but you know, they lived the worst 20 years of their life. Like, they hate you. Maybe you get killed for it, whatever. Like,
because that's what happened to the other king because of reasons. Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yeah. Not my fault. It's funny. It'll just be like a party game where you all have excuses for why something isn't your fault. Like, I'm just imagining like, you know, like your siblings and your mom walks in the room and the lamp is broken and wants to know which one of you broke it. And like, you're all kind of at fault because maybe you were all playing around very violently and the lamp broke in the process. But then like, well, it wasn't my fault. That
directly did it. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Feel the summer. That's funny. There was a spring theme, which makes more sense, but we're not in summer yet. Like, we won't be in summer for several more months. So that's random. Pre-recorded actually might be interesting. I take it back. I said no to that, but I'm actually going to say yes, because there's a genre of tabletop games called action programming, where basically you set like the actions you're going to do, or like you set up a stack of cards that are in a specific order, and then after everyone's decided, you just start flipping them over and everybody does their actions. And so like, you had a plan in your head, but who knows what's going to happen? Like, maybe you'll run into a wall instead, or maybe another player will bump into you, and so you can't move there because that's what it said. So now your whole like deck is wrong. And so I think that could be interesting if it was like you versus like a couple of AI things or something, where they're like they already have their deck shuffled up, and then you play yours and you try to figure out like if you can actually succeed at the thing or not.
It does sound interesting.
Chain of Suspicions is this one, which I'm guessing a chain of suspicions, but like that feels more like not my fault, but not as funny. Subconscious education is interesting. It feels to me like Zoe actually was making a game and actually made it open available for everybody to use too. Called I think it was called like Page Against the Machine. That's it. But like Page as Paige, where you are like this person who is on the internet trying to find your own style or whatever, and because of the internet algorithms, the computer is feeding you certain information and it's kind of shaping you into who you are. Because the more you see these things, the more you just accept them as correct or like what you should do or whatever. So like there's this balance between the computer trying to make you a certain thing and you trying to be a certain thing. And so I think suspicious education is kind of like that in that you're absorbing like, you know, like what you see on your Facebook feed or, you know, what comes up on your YouTube recommended or, you know, things like that. So I think that would be interesting. I'm definitely not making a no text game. No thanks. Unusual key is interesting. Like you have to open something with something that doesn't seem like a thing that should open something. Magnets.
Jason.
Yes, exactly. What are you, stupid? Loot is another thing that I'll always upvote because I like treasure. Actually, I kind of like Make It Better. For those not already aware, I am a transgender woman. I was a Boy Scout when I was a kid. And one of the big rules of the Boy Scouts was that you always leave a place better than it was when you got there. So like when you go camping, if somebody left garbage behind, you pick it up or just things like that. Basically, don't make things worse and also find at least one way to make it better. And so making it better sounds like it could be another cool like Rondell game where you're slightly improving things over time or just things like that. So background interacting with the game could be interesting in a video game. I don't see doing it in a tabletop game. Pet the pet. That's funny because it was pet the dog, but now we have pet the pet. In fact, speaking of which, I don't know if anyone's aware, but that I think the pet the dog comes from there's actually a Twitter account called Can You Pet the Dog? And it basically like shows different video games whether you can pet the dog or not.
That is funny.
Yes. It's funny too because it seemed like because of it, like more games allowed you to pet the dogs in the game. And it wasn't just dogs, it could be like a cat or whatever else, like just kind of animals in general. But there's so many games where you just couldn't, like, you know, like animals exist and you can't do anything with them. They just kind of follow you or they exist or whatever. So.
That is true. Like in video games, a lot of times you can't interact with them. It's like, I want to pet the doggy.
Yeah, exactly. And then like even like the more recent Assassin's Creed games, like you could lean down and you could pet the cats or whatever. So like it was really cute that you could do that. Tinkering with trinkets I like because that feels like a mix of like creating magical items and already having them. In fact, maybe you're like an artificer. That's the word. I'm gonna write that down. Who's a jeweler, and so you're secretly imbuing these items with things that can help out the people who bring them to you. And then like because of that, everybody's just like, wow, this jeweler is great because like they don't know, but like, you know, over time they just find that, like whenever they wear that ring, they have good luck or whatever. So like you just become more and more popular, but you never tell anybody. Lots and lots and lots of one word. Slap of God. That's funny. You done been smoted. less score, best score is just basically like golf rules, and so that's not very interesting as a theme. 2 in, 1 out could actually be really interesting, but not for something I think we could make quickly or that people could easily access. Like it kind of sounds like Gizmos or that one game that we play tested, like Factory 42, I think is what it's called, where
Oh
like you
yeah.
have like a tower or something and like resources come out, but not all of them. So like for every 2 things you put into it, only one of them is going to come out. You don't know what it's going to be. You have to. You could do that with a deck of cards, actually. Like you'd basically kind of like Gift of Tulips, where you can put as many cards as you want into the Secret Festival, and then like only a limited number of them come out at the end of the game. So you're seeding it in the hopes that these things are going to come out, but you don't know that they will. So I like 2 in, 1 out. I'm actually going to add that to the notes too. 2 in, 1 out would be a game where you're seeding a deck in the hopes that you get what. My goodness, I can't type. That you get what you want, but aren't guaranteed. So kind of like an investment thing too. It could be like maybe like throughout the game you're able to put money in a certain thing, and but then you don't have that money access. Like you don't have access to that throughout the game until the very end of it, and then maybe for each one you take out, like you multiply it by a certain amount. Like each $1 bill will have like a 5 on it, or things like that, or even they'll have random amounts. So then like they're different things. Or you can even choose a deck of cards. Like all diamonds are 1 during the game, but at the end of the game when they come out, like it could be the 8 of diamonds instead. So it'd be worth 8. And so like you're trying to invest it, you can, but you're only going to get half of them back out at the end. That was not ideal. That's funny. I like that one. That's like a funny thing anyway. So I'm going for that. One more step just makes you think of Lincoln Park. Like one step closer to the edge.
You're right.
Absorb is fun. I always really liked Kirby in that, where like you're absorbing something, and it could be like knowledge or experience or whatever else that you're absorbing, and then you have it later
What
on.
was that annoying game where you fed the thing jelly beans?
A Boy and His Blob.
Yeah, that one reminds me of that.
Ooh, I like You're Not Supposed to Win. You're not supposed to win. Like maybe the game is set up to where like you can't win, but if you can think outside of the box, you can. Or
if you win, it's like a really negative thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like another legacy thing where like
if it makes you it makes you feel gross for winning. Like you're
I see.
actually the bad guy. Like so.
That's interesting. Yeah.
So it's better to lose that game because of the theme that it is, or something.
That's fair. I've actually I've heard a lot about that lately, where people are getting on others for making basically colonialism games, where like it's like here's a new island, go explore it and claim it, and like and in the game that sounds great because nobody's living there, like you're just taking resources or whatever. But like by the end of the game, I think My City did that really well. At the beginning of My City, you find this new land, and each time you play it, it's a legacy game with 24 game playthroughs. And every time you play it, they're adding new things. And by the end, like all the woods are gone, the mountains are destroyed. Like you're just basically trying to like get the last of what you can in it. And so it's really interesting seeing a game kind of subtly capture that. I think that would be great. Like the game is just presented as like, here's this fresh land. There's treasure on it. Like go get the treasure. And so like while you're doing so, you need to like, cut down trees to, like build your houses and things like that. And then at the end, you just find out like that land belonged to these people. And like, they were gone for some reason and they just came back and like, you just yeah, you just basically destroyed their home, like, kind of thing. So that would be interesting. I'm also gonna say yes to Loot to Survive just because I love the idea of loot anyway. Cozy Village. Anything cozy is up my alley too. My goodness, we're not even halfway through this. We're not even a third of the way through this. Oh well, it's fun. Cute and or ugly. That just sounds like literally anything at that point then. Hammers just makes me think of Captain Hammer.
Yes.
Bad Roommates sounds like a game that we would make anyway. No keyboard allowed is really easy in a tabletop game.
Yeah, it is.
What is Hypatia? A person. And I'm not going to read all that, especially not on stream right now. Brilliant philosopher was murdered by a mob. Okay. So maybe somebody like, and just in general, I'm sure there's a lot more to Hypatia, but maybe somebody who like is just too intelligent for their time. Like, they're ahead of their time. I still said no to it though. Bots can't play it. That's true. It's a tabletop game. They literally can't. I hate that too. Every so often, if you go too fast, it says "take it easy, don't rush things," and it's like, I'm looking at the theme. I know I don't like it.
I'm like, there's like 2,000 of them. I'm not going to take it slow.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if I like it or don't like it, I know.
I will go for Deep Below because again, I like anything to do with digging or mining or anything. So Deep Below is interesting. It could even be an interesting kind of push your lucky kind of thing. Kind of like what happened in Lord of the Rings, where like the dwarves are just searching for more and more and more treasure, and eventually go a little bit too deep and awaken something horrible. So, I could see something like Deep Below. Yes. I forgot that was the terrible thing. You're right. For some reason, I thought it was smog, but you're right. It was the Balrog. Yeah, that they had awoken, which was like one of the most powerful things in Middle Earth. So, like, yeah, that was not wise. Wall of text sounds like literally everything I write.
It's funny because it's true.
Yeah. Space is the place is a fun one, but I'm not gonna do that.
What's the something? Oh, Ace is the place. Like, so space is the place. Ace is the place for the, yeah.
Yes. It doubles every minute would be a fun one in a video game or like an idle game, but not in a tabletop game because you'd have to remember to double everything yourself and you have to run a timer. I see enemies as weapons all the time, and I feel like it actually was a theme before. I generally like it, but like I'm not 100% sure how you do that on a tabletop game.
I feel like that would be interesting as a chess type thing. Like a new chessy situation where you use your enemies against your enemies kind of thing.
Yeah, so like if you capture a piece, like that becomes your weapon now. Like,
yeah, or just the placement of it is,
that's. I wonder what that would be like. Actually, I'm putting that down. Enemies as weapons. Redo chess, but your piece gains the abilities of any piece it captures. So, like if you capture a knight with a pawn, then your pawn can now move like a pawn or a knight. If you capture a queen with a bishop, like now you can move like a rook in addition to like a bishop. Like so. You have to
right. So you're like becoming like this unstoppable thing.
Yeah. And then like if another player captures your piece with that piece, then they get all of that. So like it's just kind of like,
or like you're using their enemies, like that. I always thought it would be interesting to have a chess or checkers situation where you actually get to use their pieces. Like it would be really confusing because it's one color or another, but like because it's on one side of the board or the other or something, like,
oh, that's interesting.
You're converting the pieces or using them, because like in chess you stack the checkers, so it would just be like a stacked situation where then it becomes both of those things.
Yeah, that's true. Because yeah, you're right. When you play checkers, when you reach the other side, it gets that second piece, and then it can move forward or backwards. I do think that's cool, and they actually have the game Go, like, or is it Go? I don't remember. It's the one where like when you put a piece down, like everything between your pieces flips over, and so those pieces have like black on one side and white on the other. So you could just like if you captured a checkers piece, you could just flip it over, and now it's yours. So like the whole game, your pieces are shifting back and forth. That would be really interesting, and it'd actually make really intriguing movement too, because a lot of times the pieces are on the other player's side, so then all of a sudden they can just jump back over the pieces that you made yours, get them right back, and move further than they normally could. So or checkers where you use reversible pieces, and every time you take a piece, you flip it to your side. That'd be interesting. I also upvoted the weirdest game show just because I think it'd be cool to see what people come up with. Oh, movie as a board game is actually like board game right in it. That's funny. I don't really want to play a bunch of board games though. You know, like I don't want to limit other people to board games. So again, it's not like my one vote out of like
Yeah,
thousands
I
is
was
going to make a
kind
huge
of
difference.
hoping that, more board gamers would get into Ludum Dare, so it would be
Mhm.
cool to
I
have that.
definitely, I definitely do my part in that. And like every time Let 'em There's anywhere close to it, I'm like, hey, everybody, Let 'em There's happening. It's amazing. Like, go check it out. You have to make a game in a weekend. Do the thing. Like, in fact,
But
speaking,
you don't want like an obvious theme of having to be stuck in a board game rather than like a card game or
yeah, because people
yeah.
could totally make digital board games, but like, I just feel like that really limits people to what they can do. Speaking of which, also, Let 'em Dare has a thing now. They have for like at least a couple of years, I think. But it's called Extra Mode. And what that is like it basically, I think, runs all month instead of just the weekend. So if you can't make something over the weekend of Let 'em Dare, you can still take part and make something. And then you can have as much time as you want too. It's just your game will not be rated. Like you can't have an extra game be rated as part of the rating system because it would just be so unbalanced. Like, you could take 2 weeks on yours, and of course it would beat somebody who made theirs in 72 hours. But
Right, that's fair.
yeah. Not what it looks like is funny. I don't know what it would do for a tabletop game, but it's the funny thing.
That would be something you could probably do with more time, but kind of playing something in the guise of one thing, but then at the end it's another.
Oh, that's true. That's fair. I did upvote battle systems because I think it would just be fun to make.
Did that just say fungal freakout? Yeah, it did.
Yeah, it did.
Okay.
Yep.
Weird.
Keep the light on.
Anytime I see tainted, it just reminds me of The Walking Dead.
Oh yeah, tainted meat. Ah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so messed up.
It was so messed up. The whole thing all around was. This theme is just how many jelly beans are in this jar, and I don't want to play like 50 games where you're just guessing how many jelly beans are in the jar.
Yeah, that would be lame.
Can you imagine if it was just like, get a jar, dump a bunch of like cubes in it. Now guess how many cubes are in it?
Burp.
Like, yeah. Urgent versus important is something I need to learn.
That
That
would be. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say that's the Eisenhower matrix because you have like urgent and important, urgent and not important, not urgent and important, and then not urgent and not important. So urgent versus important basically covers the whole thing. What were you gonna say though?
That how many jelly beans are in a jar would be fun as a battle of wits thing.
Ah,
Whereas it's like certain things mean certain things for putting them in the jar. And then it's like, okay, so you have like a blind draw of like, you close your eyes and like people put a certain thing in there. And
mhm.
it's like, would you have put that in mine or would you have put that in yours? And so,
Oh, that's
the
interesting.
battle of wits, whatever the things are, so that you could kind of try to end up with the important thing.
Yeah, and maybe you wouldn't know the accurate count to begin with, but maybe as the game goes on, like or once the game ends rather, like the one person could count the number in their jar. And
Hmm.
so you'd see like, okay, well, if this jar is 2/3 full and there's 100 in it and yours is 1/3 full, then you're probably at like 50. And so maybe like if you're within a certain amount, you would win. I do think that'd be an interesting logic game. I'm gonna write that down. I'm still gonna keep it as a no for this, but
Right,
I'm gonna
because you
put
don't
it.
want to play a bunch of games where people are just like guess how many's in the jar. But yeah, like a battle of wits thing where you actually like have a conundrum of, okay, do you have more or do you have less? And like where you be able to swap those vessels or, do something with them in the game where yeah, that would be cool. Like where you're kind of like the hidden market thing, but you're doing that as a hidden, whether you put a good thing or a bad thing in their jar or vice versa.
Yeah, I like that. And it could even just be, I'm just making a note here that maybe one is opaque and one isn't. So like once it's in that not see-through one, it's just in there. Like you can't take it out. And you don't know how full it is. So like you can't tell that. You can only
I was
tell.
thinking more like there was special items, like, and so you need that special item, but you don't know if they put it in theirs or yours, or you don't need it because it poisoned
Oh,
you or something. So like you're trying to hide the fact that you smuggled it somewhere. So it'd be kind of like the Sheriff of Nottingham thing of like, I have 3 of these or whatever. So you never know, like by the time you're done, like keeping track of where that is, like you'd be swapping the vases, you'd be, dropping things in them. So you have to keep track of like, okay, maybe you were the one that actually seeded that in there, but by the time people tell you that this is here or that's there or that's changed or that's been done, like you have to not end up with the thing at the end.
okay. You sold me on it. I'm going with how many jelly beans are in this jar. I wrote down notes saying that it's a 2-player game with 2 jars, and it's a logic/battle of wits game where you put cubes in one jar and another based on different things. Maybe one is opaque and one isn't, or special items via cut and choose thing. Because I love cut and choose anyway. Or maybe you score based on the majorities of each color or something. So yeah, like one person would decide what's going in where. And I think in that case they would both be, you couldn't see into either one of them,
Right.
and you'd
Like
have a
that's
lot
what
fewer of them.
I think that would just be fun anyway of like you're playing one game but at the end you're ending up with that and then that's how you win the game. So but through that, negotiation or changing or even pouring some in or out or change, like throughout the game you have to keep track of what is being said or what is being done with those so that you end up with the thing at the end.
Yeah. Okay, I like that a lot. I put down that we could use a deck of cards for now, but would shift to cubes later. Because with a deck of cards, you could just have them face down.
Yeah.
And so people like, like it could be like whoever has the most diamonds loses the game or whatever, or something like that. And so like you're trying to figure out which one the diamonds are in. Maybe even like, like you have different rules for checking the deck. Maybe there are ways to check the deck, like if you allow the other player to give you any card of their choice from their pile, you can reveal the top 3 cards of your pile. So something like that. So like then you would be stuck with a bad card because they could give you whatever they wanted, but you are revealing more information about your own. And so like maybe each suit does something different, and whoever has the most of a specific suit loses or gets negative points or something. So like you only take like part of the deck, maybe like out of the 52 cards you'd take a quarter of them, and then that player would separate. Yeah, that would make sense. So you'd separate it into 4 piles, 2-player game. You take turns taking that deck, putting them in 2 piles that are equal. In fact, let me double check the math on that. So there's 54 cards in a deck, but only 52 actual cards. 2 of them are jokers. So if you divide that by 4, we have 13 cards. That wouldn't work. Well, I guess one of them could have an extra card, and it would be up to you. So like, you put them all face down in front of each player. Like one player gets 6, one player gets 7. And then you don't even know, like as the other player who didn't separate them, you don't know which cards were in the 13. Like they might all
Yeah,
be
the only
good
problem
cards.
with this is it can't be played solo.
Right. Yeah. I think that it would have to be like for solo, you'd have to like just randomly sort them, and then you would have to carry out the instructions of like I can look at 2 of my cards if I take one of yours, and then you just take one at random instead. But you're right, it would be a much lesser game solo.
Yeah, so I like the idea of doing this later, but maybe not for Ludum Dare.
That's a good point. I will go ahead and actually vote that as a no. That I can't. It's gone.
Don't.
Um,
Sorry.
it's okay. I'm sure it won't win anyway. We
I'll
can
be right
downvote
back.
it later if it makes it. Okay,
Sorry, I have to pee.
you're fine. While Angel's gone, I did upvote "Tis But a Scratch" just because of Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Like it has to be done. I also like that it's kind of the toxic masculinity thing of like men have to hide their pain because men aren't allowed to be emotional for whatever reason we've decided as a society. So like, like just like the trope of like a woman just saying she's fine all the time, even if she's not fine. Like men always say the same thing. Like, like they could get punched in the stomach and, like, oh, it didn't even hurt, but the inside they're like in massive pain but they're not allowed to show it. So just but a scratch could be something similar to that. It could even capture the idea of just how ridiculous it is that we lie about things like that instead of just opening up to people. There are totally valid reasons to not open up, but especially with your close friends or whatever, like you should totally feel safe to tell them the truth, and they'd probably happily help you about it. Survival of the weakest is interesting because again, you don't want to be the strongest, you want to be the weakest. Kind of goes against what you'd expect out of something. I don't really think it'd be fun to make a game about though, because you still know ahead of time. Like if you had a random card, like if I had a random card and another player had a random card and each of us had a win condition on it. So like maybe the like 4 or 5 categories you could judge things on. Like mine says survival of the strongest or weakest, and mine says weakest. So I purposely want my characters to be weak. But then like the other player has the fewest units on the board wins. So they would purposely want fewer people out there, but they might go for stronger ones so they can, win skirmishes or whatever. And so that would be interesting. But like, again, that's not something you could really just do on its own. Asymmetric's always cool. It's not really a theme. Making food's always fun in games. It's not something I want to do for a theme. Come on, Eileen, that's funny. There's the snowman emoji. It had to come up sooner or later. I told you that somebody does a snowman emoji every single time. There it is. Shrinking space is interesting. I always like that in a game. And it doesn't have to be literal space. It could be like you have this much to work with. And then over the game, maybe every time you go through your deck or something, you just lose 3 or 5 cards at random. And so you have a shrinking deck in that case where like now you're having to make this work with fewer and fewer things each time. And you'd want to go through the deck as slowly as possible so that, you're not losing cards, but at the same time, you have to get through it. So like capture is not really a theme. Difference perspective is like the other one from before. There can only be half. Is another one that's basically cut and choose. And it's another one though that isn't really good for solo. What was it? You can only have half, or there can only be half. There can only be half. Another good cut and choose game where you have to evenly split things. And this could be interesting too as like a secret objective game where like 2 people are going for winning the game, but also have specific objectives. So like one player wants to get rid of the diamonds, maybe, and another player wants to get rid of all the hearts, and you don't know that. And so like one player is kind of sneaking all the bad cards in their side, and then they'd reveal which ones are lost, and it would be really obvious that you're trying to get rid of those. So you have to kind of hide that too. Like, oh yeah, I'm not trying to get rid of those. It's just, I had so many of them, I had to put some in there, just that kind of thing. Escape the island is like interesting, but not really something I want to play a bunch of. Slaughter is what we're doing right now. Life Gym, but not as we know it. That's funny. I think that would be interesting for a TTRPG, but I'm not trying to make one for this. Entropy is something I always love. I think entropy, once I learned what entropy is, I've always loved it because it's so true, like everywhere. Like your house gets dirtier over time, things break over time. Like I just like entropy. So, and it's another thing that could be very captured in a tabletop game where either your deck is shrinking or maybe the things that you're building, need more upkeep over time or things like that. I don't know what reverse genre means. I guess it means the opposite of whatever a genre is. So like if it's a platformer, instead of you being the platforming person, you would be the level. Instead of a racing game, you're the course. Or like instead of a racing game, it's actually like a don't move game. Like so the first person that moves loses. I'm not sure. chain reactions are always neat, but it's not something I want to try to figure out how to have players do in a way that isn't annoying. With a video game, like if you code something, it'll just happen. Like physics happen. If I push something, the game will just handle its movement. But in a tabletop game, if like I move one thing and that means everything else moves, that means I have to individually move everything else, and that just gets annoying. So pass on that. Music stops, loot drops. I actually like that. I think that could be something you play while you're listening to like Spotify or something, actually. So like you're playing a game, the enemies are getting destroyed or whatever, and then whenever a song ends, the loot drops. You could also just do that with like a timer or something, and like you just put the timer face down so you can't actually see it. I'm actually going to make a note of that one too. Music stops, loot drops. You can use shuffle on Spotify or set a random amount of time on a timer. Then whenever time runs out, loot happens. So you're trying to clear this level or whatever, but at the same time you want to be near the things you've destroyed. It could even just be like a barrel thing, like Legend of Zelda, where you're destroying pots, and nothing comes out of the pots though until a certain time passes, and then all the stuff comes out. And so like, oh no, I timed it wrong and I'm on the opposite side of the level now. It's my other player can get to it sooner than me. And in a solo game, that could just be like, you have like 4 turns to pick up as much as you can or something before it just disappears. Most video games have stuff disappear after an amount of time anyway. I'm assuming this means choose your suffering, and so like we create our own hell. Pesticides are people too. Only 40 buttons. Wow, what is there? So there's 26 letters in the alphabet, so that would be 26 of the 40. There's 1 through 0, so that's 36, and then you'd have like enter, space, control, and shift maybe. So you'd have all of the number keys, all of the letter keys, and then 4 more. Niche internet subculture would also be a fun one. That's not something I want to cover, though, because I feel like half the game would be explaining what the thing is, or you wouldn't be explaining it and nobody would get it. This was supposed to be something small. Actually, I take it back. Pay tribute, I actually want to have, because that's another thing where you're kind of sacrificing things or investing things for later on. So like it could be that you're sacrificing to some deity or whatever. It could even just be that you are literally paying your taxes, and maybe the world is improved or not. Like in a world where our taxes are actually used for good things instead of just lining people's pockets, they're used to repair roads and make schools better and stuff. So taxes would be necessary in that world. And if you, maybe it's not illegal to not pay taxes in that world, but like if you skip it, then not only are you skipping it, you're kind of teaching other people to skip it. Like the world's going to decay like that. Okay, we've got a bunch more skips things here. Myths, legends, folklore is something I've already done several times in game jams. I don't really want to do it again right now. The last one I made was actually So You Become a Mythological God, which is all about like being a random mythological god and seeking out people on Earth who have, embodied the things you're looking for. I think Can't Stop Moving is fun in a video game. I don't really want to do it in a tabletop game. Stuck Together the same way. There are several puzzle games that use 2 players who are stuck together in one way or another and have to like work together to solve things. But for one, that requires a second player, and for another, not a tabletop game. The hopelessly sad story of the hideous end of the world. That's a long theme, and basically the same as like Apocalypse. I like dystopias. I like them in movies and stuff. I think it's an interesting way to capture some of the ills of the world and then just kind of like play those out to 11. Like, what if seclusion makes us so secluded that we, the world is crumbling, or, whatever else. 2 ways to win is this snowman again. Okay. Two ways to win is interesting because like maybe you're each trying to win in your own way, and whoever does that first wins. A lot of no's again. We're at 90 out of like 770 no or yeses. So I like magic stones because it's basically runes, like just interesting things that things could do. It could even just be something like they always make the jokes too. I've seen that meme a few times lately where it's like, which would you choose, the perfect rock or the perfect stick? And like, mostly a thing for dudes because dudes are more known, I guess, for picking up rocks and stuff, which maybe that's why I used to do it. But like finding the perfect stick or the perfect stone is always really cool anyway. So it could just be that you find rocks outside in the real world and then, attribute some kind of magical thing to them.
Well, women do like seashells and stuff, so it's not like we don't collect junk too.
Oh, hey, that's awesome. I used to collect seashells too. So yeah,
Yeah.
I'm all of it. Heck yeah.
Yes. Sorry it took so long. The washer was, or the dryer was done, so I folded the laundry
Oh, way to go. That's awesome.
and put it away.
That was awful. Let's do it again. This is a legacy game where everything just gets worse and worse over time. I don't think. Oh yeah, while you were gone, there was a theme. There can only be half, which is another basically cut and choose game. And then music stops, loot drops was another one. I thought would be fun. Maybe you could like just randomly like do your Spotify playlist, and then like every time a song ends, like the loot drops out of everything. So like if you were like in a Legend of Zelda world where you're breaking pots or something, like all the broken pots then drop whatever they had in them after the time is up. And then you have until the next song ends to pick it up, and then it would disappear.
That'd be fun.
Okay. Domino effect is another of those things that would be really fun in a video game, but like in a tabletop game, you're having to manually do all these different things every time. So that would be annoying.
Especially solo. Like, yeah, that would just get to be
very true. Yeah, if you were playing 2-player, that's true. You could have somebody who's like a dungeon master or whatever, basically handling all that stuff. And then the one player wouldn't know what's going to happen with the domino effect. That would actually be a really cool 2-player game where like you as the player don't know what's going to happen when you do things. The other player does, but they don't actually help out at all. Or they could like give you clues or something. I don't know. Folklore is just like we just had folklore and mythology in one. Don't repeat yourself is a cool thing. I like that because it means that you can't do the same thing more than once, or at least not the exact same way. So maybe you have a deck of cards and each time you play a card, it's gone. So then like you can't repeat that.
That's kind of what I was trying to do with my Paperboy like game.
Oh yeah. This one was the rules change, and I'm making a note that every round the rules slightly change. So you have to keep up to adapt. I think that's another one of those would be more player fun as like a 2-player thing. But inn at the end of the world. So isn't that a I don't think it was an inn though. I think it was a restaurant at the end of the world.
Yeah.
Okay. I think inn at the end of the world would be cool too though, because it'd be more like inn feels more like medieval era versus restaurants. Even though they had restaurants back then and we have inns now, it just feels like that. Like tavern at the end of the world or something.
Right.
Behind the door just makes you think of like the Monty Hall problem where like you have the 3 doors and which door do you choose with the prize behind it.
Or Hodor.
Yeah. You'll never find out what's behind the door because like it's being held.
Yeah.
Keep It Shut is interesting. I just made a Shut the Box clone a while ago, and so in this one it would be more like you have shut the box, you need to keep it that way. Embrace Your Fate is just like that game I was talking about earlier, where like you have Rondell, where you're like trying to escape your fate, but at first you can't, and then over the course of multiple games you can. Gears Control kind would be cool for like an idle game as a video game, where like maybe at first the game like updates every minute or something, but then you can buy gears that move time faster. So like after like a few days of playing it, it updates every second or something instead. That could be cool, but definitely not a tabletop game. Marketplace is always something I'll vote too because I love anything to do with shops or merchants or whatever. So I'm definitely saying yes to Marketplace. Learn from your mistakes is interesting too. I think that'd be a cool logic game, but again, that's be a 2+ player game where like every time you mess up, it's like, okay, well, I know I shouldn't do that now, and so eventually you'll solve it because of that.
That might be something fun as a shuffle, like a reshuffle thing, like learn from your mistakes, because like once you've made it, like you have to shuffle it back in the deck, but like you find it again, or like a reshuffle-y occurrence thing.
So as you play, you're using a deck of cards, which gets reshuffled, and you need to remember which cards to use and which ones not to use. Maybe interesting. It would actually be really cool too for like again better for 2+ players, where maybe each of you has like a specific rule for the other player. Like my rule for you might be that you're not allowed to use cards that are odd, and maybe mine would be like I'm not allowed to use red cards. And so each hand we have to pick like 5 cards and show them to each other, and all you can say is whether or not it applies to the rule. And like whoever can apply themselves to that rule first, like get through the whole deck. Like, like if you pick up 5 cards, cool, you can show as many as you want to the other player. And then like,
or that rule would be something like my cards can't add up to whatever, or something like that. And like you're trying to trick them into getting more cards because you know what they're going to play or what they have or haven't. Like, yeah, that would be another interesting battle of wits type thing.
Yeah, I like that. That's cool. This is why we like going through the themes anyway, because we do get a lot of cool ideas out of games, and we like might make several of these anyway, even if it isn't the voted theme. So blue-footed booby trap. That's funny. We already had anachrony. Let's put anachronistic in there too. Why not? Everything is tiny is cute, but I'm not going to put that in there. You really shouldn't mix those. Sounds funny. I don't know what we'd do with that as a game. Probably another, like Angel said, where if I don't know what to do with something, we could just use dice. So it'd be something maybe where you roll a bunch of dice and you have to pick certain ones that you want to mix up. And then you look at like a chart. Maybe it even, okay, so I'm going to make a note of this one too. You really shouldn't mix those. It's a dice rolling game where each day you have a specific set of what am I trying to say? Basically, so it would be something like based on like the moon or the sun, the weather that day.
I like the idea of dice management, where you have like a calendar, but then you roll and you get to pick one for today and one for tomorrow. So like your problem for tomorrow, there'll be certain rules and you don't know what those are until you get to it. But then like you have to negate that with the next roll of dice that you do. So then you always have to pick one for today and one for tomorrow, and then you don't know if you failed or not. So it feels like a interesting, like put your problems off to the next day, but then you have to make them work with what you have for that day.
Okay, I'm making a note of that. You roll dice and use one today, one tomorrow. Then you're presented with today's problem, and you see if you can solve it
with yesterday's
with the dice
and one of today's. Yeah,
that you have for today, including the one from yesterday and one from today. And it could be that like maybe you see all of the problems for the whole week plus 2. And so the later in the week it is, the better odds of knowing what you'll need.
And that sounds like an interesting roll and write. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
What I was going to say is that each day you have a specific set of outside thing. I'll just go put outside things, so I'm not spending the next 10 minutes trying to figure this out. That apply to what you're mixing from your dice. For example, on a rainy day, a 5 equals an explosive, whereas on a sunny day, a 5 equals a very valuable potion. So just basically the gist of it being like, depending on what's going on in the world that day, you're trying to make something out of your dice. And so that could be something similar where like,
That sounds cool. You had to theme it more.
Yeah, it would definitely have to be themed more. I'm thinking like potion selling shop or something.
No, I mean like mine, like with the numbers and stuff. So like with what you were talking
yeah, I
about and
got you.
doing, like combining those, it would help it theme
And it could even just be something kind of combined between the two, like where like your problems are based on, needing a certain numbers based on what the weather's gonna be like that day or something. So like I'm not sure there. But yeah, I'm sure we could figure something out cool with that. I do like what you came up with there. I think I like yours more than mine anyway. So because mine's more like a memory thing. Like, okay, it's going to be sunny today. I have to remember what numbers are good and bad because I can't look at it till I, add them up. But yours is more like making the best out of a situation, like once it's happened. And it might even be, I'm making note of that too. Maybe you have extra dice that you can use any day you want, but these are very limited in number, so you have to decide whether you use them to solve a specific day's problem with possibly minimal negatives if you don't succeed, or save them for later when failure might be more catastrophic. So that way you're kind of like balancing your very limited supplies whether you want to use it. I figured that'd be like a weekly game. Like you'd play like maybe 4 weeks in a month or something. And then like you'd see how well you did over it all. And I also think that'd be really easy because you'd basically just have to have like, and we could even do that in a spreadsheet. So that way people don't have to print anything. Like you don't have to have cards, but you could have like a spreadsheet that shows like, you press a button and it randomly selects one of the things you have to solve that day. And then like you have to just like you roll your dice, and you can even just go to like, if anyone's not aware, you could just like Google or even Bing search roll dice. And when you do that, you get a little thingy here that has like a dice roller. So you could just have like 2 dice and then roll them. And so like, you could write down in a piece of paper, like I'm going to use the 2 today. I'm going to use the 3 tomorrow. And then the next day you'd roll again. You already have the 3 and maybe you want another 3 because having doubles is what solves something for you that day. And so like you could do that all without any components whatsoever in the real world, except for a piece of paper, or maybe even the Excel spreadsheet could track that. I think our most successful game was actually just MacGyver, as far as Ludum Dare went, and it was 100% in a spreadsheet, so people could just play the whole thing in an Excel spreadsheet and not to download anything or whatever. So I like the idea of making things as accessible as possible, and then after the jam we can polish it up, we can make it something people can print and play, stuff like that. So yeah, I'm actually really happy with a lot of these ideas. I think we're gonna have to make a lot of these. I'll make a Patreon post afterward too about this, where this video is in the video thingy, but I'm also gonna write out the ideas that we came up with and stuff. Maybe even have we'll do a poll too. I'm gonna make a note of that. After the stream.
Sorry, Dad was talking, so I kind of missed what a poll would be for.
You're fine. I'm writing it out as a note anyway. After the stream is uploaded to YouTube, make a Patreon post about all of our ideas, and then create a poll where people can vote for which game ideas are interesting to them. So that way we can just see what people would be interested in. I like survival in a hostile environment because it feels very No Man's Sky to me. No Man's Sky is all about, especially at the very beginning, there's kind of survival. Like you're running around, you're collecting your oxygen and your carbon and stuff to be able to survive the harshness of your environment and continue breathing and stuff. And I like survival games in general anyway. Like to me, the most fun in Minecraft is the first like few hours where you're working up, you make your wooden and then your stone tools.
Yeah.
You're digging around to find like the other stuff. You're not like, it feels like once you make like all diamond armor and stuff, like the game gets a lot less interesting. And that might not be the case anymore because they've updated it a lot in the last few years. But like to me, the most fun in that game is always like, first creating your settlement and actually surviving and stuff. So I think survival in a hostile environment would be a cool way to do that. It was green someday. That's interesting. Explore again is interesting because whenever you hear exploration, it's the first time, like you're the first person to explore a place. Explore again is something that we can actually do now because, I've always heard that like, we were born too early to explore space and we were born too late to explore our planet. And like, yeah, there's a lot of oceans and stuff to dive into, but like, most people aren't going to do that. Just like most of us would never become astronauts. But like exploring again is interesting because anybody can do that. Like you can go and maybe it would be like okay, hold on, let me make notes of that. Explore again. I feel like that would be a hack of look a squirrel where you're seeing someplace through a new lens, maybe looking for specific types of things or whatever else. So you're just kind of like exploring somewhere like in a new way. Like maybe you've been to a park 100 times, but you never went to that park looking for, like looking at the trees a specific way. Like, do you see any trees that have like at least 3 giant branches on them? Like, do you know that? Like, so that could be an interesting thing to like. It'd be a weird one for Ludum Dare because everybody would have to like touch grass and do that. But like,
there.
Okay. Let the universe decide is a funny one. I feel like that would basically just be like you flip a coin, and if it's heads or tails, like you do the thing. It's not really much of a game, but medieval games reimagined. I'm definitely giving that a yes, and I'm going to write that down, but I'm not going to make any notes about it. Medieval games, because there's so many classic games, it'd be really easy to redo, or even just something like jousting. Like 2 people running at each other with lances. Like, what could you do to remake that into something that people could actually play today and not, get skewered to death on giant lances or whatever? Like, you are the player is hilarious just because like that's a given. You're pretty much always the player anyway. So Holiday Gone Wrong is funny. I'll go with that one. Honestly, my first thought with Holiday Gone Wrong is just like all of the gender reveal parties because like so many horrible things happen during those. But I want to apply that ridiculousness to like other holidays, like Talk Like a Pirate Day. Like everybody's not just talking.
But it comes off like a English accent, like.
Yeah, there you go. And like instead of just talking like pirates, people are acting like them. So people actually are stealing from each other all the time, or like or like somebody actually cuts their hand off to put a hook on it, and like just like horrible things like that. Like, because I know this is a hot take. I don't think gender reveal parties are bad, even as a transgender person, because it's understandable that you're going to be excited about your kid. And like, I think it's horrible when parents get upset about the gender of their kid because you should celebrate it regardless. And just because a kid is born, genetically a man or a woman does not mean they're always going to be like, but I still think it's awesome to get excited about your kid. And so I think gender reveal parties are potentially positive things. It's just that people take it to such an extreme that it becomes this bad thing.
Right.
It'd be like if if you had a birthday party, there's nothing wrong with a birthday party, but if somebody decided that for their birthday they wanted to explode something, that was actually going to start a whole forest on fire, like that's not a good idea. Don't do that thing. So, like, that's all. Blacksmith's house wooden spit. That is extremely specific.
That is. It's really weird.
I love crafting in games. I love the idea of being a blacksmith. Angel and I have watched so many episodes of what the heck was that show called? Where they make swords, basically. Like there's a competition to make different swords. They usually make like knives at first, and then there's like an elimination round, and then they each make like a specific sword. Can I remember the name of that show? Forged in Fire. That's it. My mom really loved that show. We watched it a bunch of times with her, like remotely over Facebook Messenger. So I love the idea of that. I would never do it because it's way too hot. But I love the idea of being a blacksmith, but that's way too specific of a thing. Generation ship. That's weird. I guess that would be like a ship you get on where like the idea is that, like a journey is going to take you 200 years and we don't have cryogenic freezing yet. So whoever goes on the journey is going to be long dead before you get there. I'm going to say yes to that. That's cool. Generation ship, a journey that takes longer than a lifetime. So it's your progeny that get there. How do they feel about life on this journey, and what is it like knowing you'll never survive it yourself? Fascinating jiggles. That's it sounds like a way to make games that would not be interesting to me whatsoever. So onomatopoeia, I feel like I know what that is. Is that when things sound like words are the sounds that they are?
I think so, but it's probably better to.
The formation of a word from a sound associated. Yeah. So like cuckoo or sizzle. Like that's fair.
I always thought it was kind of pretentious when people wrote poetry that way, because it just, I don't know, they didn't make sense, but they liked the way it sounded.
Yeah, I feel like there are probably some people that have done it really well. Like maybe
Alice
Dr.
in Wonderland.
Seuss, or and what's his name? Shel Silverstein has probably done something interesting with onomatopoeia at some point.
Yeah.
But it just feels like so many people just do it to try to make their stuff cooler, and they just don't do it well enough, and then it actually makes things worse. Lots of no's again. Do not repeat is the same thing as you can't reuse something. I think this is one of the problems with a lot of the themes too, is because with do not repeat, I said yes to the other thing and I said no to this one. And so someone else might get them in the opposite order and say no to the one I said yes to and say yes to this one. And so it won't survive this because it's in so many different places. After game over is really interesting, actually. I need to make a note of that one for later. I'm not going to write anything specific, but
I feel like we had a idea for that. It had to do with the game over screen or something. We were starting to lay that out on Canva. I'll see if I can find that. But it was to do with the behind the scenes in a arcade type thing.
Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, that makes a lot of sense for what you could do for after game over. I was just thinking it could be something even made for another game where after the game is over, what do you do now? Now that you've found this land or whatever, what do you do after pandemic? After you save the world from the pandemic, that's kind of where we are now. The pandemic isn't over, but people act like it is. So what's it like in this world where what happens next after the world is saved, or just something like that?
Yeah. Oh, it's called Now Loading. It was the loading screen of a game. We couldn't figure it out.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. We did start on it, and I feel like you'd had good ideas for it, and then we just either didn't make it for whatever reason, or
I think it was a time crunch thing too, and we just couldn't get it dialed in.
I'm pretty sure that was actually for the last Let 'em Dare or the one before. Yeah, I'm almost sure it was last Let 'em Dare. Might
I
have been
don't
the
know
one
if it was the
before.
last one. I think it's been a few.
Yeah, it might have been the one we made Crawling to the Brink for instead. And then yeah, I just like that idea too. That like there is stuff behind the scenes that happens, kind of like Wreck-It Ralph, where like the game's over, but these people exist in this world, and what is it like in that world there? So, um, but we don't have a tabletop version of that yet, so like maybe we can do that too, or just the video game tabletop version of it. My world, my rules is funny. So it'd be like one player is just creating the world and they get to make up whatever they want. It feels like when you're playing a game against like a young child, like,
I was
like
thinking that.
3 to 7 years old, and like they don't want to lose. So they just make up whatever they want.
Or This Is Dallas, like with the office.
Yes, that's Dallas.
Yes.
I am going to say yes to my world, my rules, but I have no notes about it. I've always liked the idea of one button games because they're really interesting to me, where you just literally press a button and either, it does something or doesn't do something. And it's interesting too, like Super Mario Run is a one button game because you literally just press the button to jump, or you can hold it to jump more or whatever. And like you bounce off of walls and stuff. So the game mostly does everything, but you still have a lot of control over it. I just feel like in a tabletop game though, one button translates to like you only have one action. And so like a lot of the game is just handling itself, which means you handling the game handle itself, which is just like annoying. So nothing makes sense is another one of those things that it would make more sense as a video game because like the video game is handling it. The best of both worlds is fun. I'm not going to say yes to it though. Lots more no's here. Rhymes with cat. Find me a job is what I'm working on right now, actually. Like, I mean, not this minute, but you know what I mean? Like these days. Break everything. I actually have a it's not a roll and write. You have a board that's on paper and you dry erase over it. Where it's kind of Zelda-esque in that like you're trying to break as many pots as you can, without running in the walls until like you're rolling dice and you're moving or whatever. And you get like 1 point per thing you broke. So like something like that would be really easy to make for that. Coins. Yes, thank you, please. I'm all for monies and stuff. Plus, I think that especially in a tabletop game, having lots of coins means you'd have that tactileness of like you get to play with a lot of coins. Probably something other than coins, though, something that would represent coins, because as Angel has pointed out, money's gross. And it just like anytime, and I never really noticed it until after Angel had pointed out, but like money makes your hands smell bad, like especially coins, especially pennies, but all change does. Like it just kind of picks up that metallic smell that's gross and like.
Yeah, I had to count down the drawer of our like till like when I worked at the hotel, like twice, like once when I came on to shift to make sure it balanced, like when I was coming on, and once when we came off of shift so that I knew it balanced for them. And yeah, I'd go wash my hands every time. I'm like, ugh, I don't like my hands smelling like money.
Yeah, exactly. And it's funny because I used to do a lot of that too. And that's like, I guess because when I worked at the movie theater, we only dealt with quarters and no other change. And then I think the other movie theater was just dollar bills, but I don't remember. So, and then like other jobs I had, I wasn't like, I was at a register, but it was mostly credit cards. Like when I sold appliances, most people didn't pay for a washer and dryer with cash. They use a card. So, I like friendship is magic, and I like everything is on fire, but I'm not voting for either of those because I don't really know what I do for those. Digging is always a yes, 100%.
I think because I have like a overzealous sense of smell, like
That's fair
everything
too.
stinks to me.
I do feel like my sense of smell is getting a little better, but it's still nowhere near yours.
Well, be blessed.
Yes. Portal 2 with survival crafting elements is ridiculously specific, and I am definitely not remaking Portal 2. So I said no on that. Gamble your life is interesting. I guess it'd be kind of like a Russian roulette system throughout the whole game, but I don't know how you like with video games, with tabletop games, you have this, it's kind of like a roller coaster where, there are a lot of your decisions you're making that are not important. And because those are less important, when you do have a big important decision, it feels much bigger. if you were to just have all big decisions, they all lose the value to them. Like, when you're playing something like Risk or like something like that, like a lot of that game is pretty basic, and then you get to like a really important battle, and so like everybody around the table is watching, and it gets really exciting, and you're watching the dice rolls, and you're really hoping they come out in your favor, and but if like literally everything you did was like win or lose, like you just wouldn't care anymore. I'd just be like, well, eventually I'm gonna die, so whatever. So gamble your life is like, eh. You are what they grow beyond is interesting, because I feel like that's kind of the point of I saw a meme recently that was like that showed like different generations, and like like all the generations up until fairly recently, it was all like I'm trying to make a better world for my kids, and then like 30-40 years ago that changed to like why don't you make something of yourself, what's wrong with you? And so like that's kind of the point of parenthood is that you are trying to make the next generation better than yourselves. I could see that as being interesting in a game, and not necessarily even as parenting, but like just in general. Like maybe you find a new planet, and you start off in a very small space, and so maybe the next generation then has the technology to expand a little bit more, and then like they learn something that the next generation could take with them. I'm not going to make any notes for it, but I will say yes to it, just because it's another legacy thing that we'll be doing. Time stand still is kind of the opposite of like every 10 seconds or whatever, but like I don't know how you make that interesting in a tabletop game. Everyday jobs, I'm actually going to say yes to that, just because I think it'd be interesting to see a bunch of different people, especially making games about their own jobs. Like, what do you make a game out of for what you do? I think that would be cool to see. Everything seems right, but ... is another one to be really cool in a video game, because there's behind the scenes stuff you don't see. But in a tabletop game, with you controlling everything, you lose that ability. You only live thrice. Okay, that one's going through. I'm just gonna make a note of it, but I won't say anything about it. You only live thrice. It feels like another one of those where you're like kind of figuring out how things work, and like when you get it wrong, you die or something. So like you only have 3 chances before you have to understand it.
That'd be interesting.
I also think it'd be really interesting in a world where like I always heard as a joke, like you won't know you're immortal until you die.
Yeah.
And so like it's the only way you'd ever know for sure. If like when you die, you die.
Well, they even showed that in like Highlander. Like they didn't know until they know.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point. So like imagine if it was Highlander, but the third time you died, regardless of how it was, you just died.
Yeah, because then you're like, oh, you're not immortal. You just
It'd be like
lives.
It'd be like if Superman got shot by bullets, 100 times and nothing happened, but then one day he got shot by bullets and he just died. Like end of story. Like something happened and he's dead. Like you just don't know that. So like you only live thrice might be some kind of surprise. Like that did kill you after all. Like I don't know how that'd be interesting in a game, but like
it does sound like an interesting concept at the least.
Yeah, I think it'd be something you basically play through once and then like it loses, like there's no reason to replay it. But like, you're playing through it, you get that initial sense of invulnerability after the fear of like dying, and then like everything just seems so minute and unimportant because like you'll live through anything, and then you just eventually just do die though. So maybe like every time you die, you roll a die, and then like whatever number that is, if you roll it again in the future, you die. So at most you'll live, you can die like 5 times, and then or the 6 times, and the 7th time you're guaranteed to die, but you could die the 2nd time or whatever. So you just don't know. How much safer do you play it in the game when you're invincible versus the next time you die, you could actually die.
I'll be right back. I have to get something for Mom.
Okay. Recently archaic is interesting because it's another one of those things like even today we have it where like something like a landline is recently archaic. Like nobody would even imagine a landline anymore, and they're used in like businesses, but like outside of that, not really. So I could see all kinds of recently archaic stuff like that. It could even be like, what's the next thing that will be archaic? Like you're kind of guessing at it, like what in our world won't, like, will people not even know existed, like 20 years from now? I'll work into play is funny. Educated guess is interesting, but again, not really something I want to make. Attack with dice, I'll go with that. It's kind of a basic thing, and it would be, hey, panic. Kind of something like attack with dice is something that, like, in a video game, you might not even see the dice, like, just kind of randomization thing. But what we're doing right now is we are going through Ludum Dare's theme slaughter. There are 1,127 remaining themes. We're not even halfway through this yet, and we've been doing this for about 2.5 hours now. Oh my goodness! Oh, this is my whole day now. But basically, for each of these themes, we can hit yes or no. Basically, like, do we want this as a theme or not? For the most part, you're going to see where people say no to things. In fact, out of people, when they show the results, because usually there'll be, like, on the front page, people post like what they did, like what this outcome is. Most people have way more slaughtered than we do percentage wise. We've also been keeping notes of different games and game ideas from these themes that we might make at some point, or what we do with it if it comes up. I'm also going to write a Patreon post covering all the ideas. Probably won't be done till Tuesday, just because I have to download this video and upload it. And if it's going to be 4 or 5 hours, it's going to be the rest of the day for us to download and upload it. And then Monday, I am busy with a work task. But probably Tuesday, I'll get this post out where we're going to talk about our different ideas, and we'll have a poll on there for, like, what ideas are people interested in us actually making? Because a lot of times we just get ideas from these things, and then we make them or have them as, potential future games one way or another anyway. Also, this is flag button, if anything, is just like should not exist if it's inappropriate or offensive. I haven't flagged anything yet, though. Usually, I think if something gets flagged, it's just removed, like, without question, unless maybe like somebody brings it back on the moderator side. And I'm assuming by now most stuff has been flagged and removed, because I think in 6 hours and 28 minutes, when this changes to 5 days or under 5 days left, is when the voting period starts, and so this will be over. We already had unconventional weapon, but I guess I'll guess it just because in case somebody said yes to an unconventional weapon and no to unconventional weapon, like, I can say yes to both. Catapult actually makes you think of crossbows and catapults, which you played as a kid, where you actually had, like, one person had a crossbow and one person had a catapult. You had little, like, plastic castles that you'd put together, and you shot, like, little boulders basically at each other using those weapons. It was and maybe each person had a crossbow and a catapult. I don't remember. It was basically Angry Birds long before Angry Birds actually existed, and it was a physical thing. I have no idea how I'd make a catapult game as a tabletop game that people can play and make it in like 3 days, but why not? I think in case of emergency could be funny if the in case of emergency was something really random. Like, it feels very Hitchhiker's Guide, like, in case of emergency, don't forget your towel. In case of emergency, drink some coffee. Just anything that would be like an in case of emergency thing. Panic says, I remember as a kid, I made a trebuchet out of popsicle sticks. That is freaking cool. Like, I would never be able to do that. If I tried to do that, it would probably break on me the second I tried it. But that's amazing. Fun Day Beer Pong is a funny one, but definitely not something I'm going to make, because the game Beer Pong is already made, and I definitely can't force people to drink during a game I make. And Angela doesn't drink, and also that's probably a 2-player game, and most of these are going to be played by 1 people. So 4-minute warning is interesting. If at some point in the game you just had a 4-minute warning and then the game ends after the 4 minutes, and probably like a cooperative or solo game where you're trying to beat the game itself. Although you cannot see is interesting in a video game. Again, not in a tabletop game, though. Tablecloth shenanigans could actually be fun, as a tabletop game especially. Like, you could do all kinds of things with a tablecloth. I'm always a huge fan of numbers go up games. That's usually idle games or like simulation tycoon kind of games. I love those. I've always wanted to make one in a tabletop form. I'm voting for it. Make it and break it is interesting, because you're trying to make something and then you have to break it. So you're probably trying to make the best thing you can, but then it has to be breakable too. I'm still gonna say no, though. Vibe check. That's funny. I don't know how you play that solo though. There's so many time-based ones. We've already done a time-based jam. Yes, Panic says I've sunk plenty of time into Cookie Clicker and Adventure Capitalist. I love Adventure Communist too. I played the heck out of that one. And there's like Tap Titans 2 and like several other ones that I've played and given up on really quickly. Actually, there's one I've been playing lately. I've been really lazy about actually playing it, but it's called Idle Icta. Which I'm going to type out. That's a mobile game. It's you kind of like there's a game just like it that I can't remember the name of, but basically you have different like things you can do in the game. Like you can adventure, or you can like cook things, you can chop down trees, you can whatever, and like the more you do it, the more you level up, and so then you can use like that to get better trees, or like forge better items or whatever, and they all kind of work together with each other. But like can't kill you, but wishes it could. That's funny. I'm not making a game about that, but like I do think that's a funny thing. Oh, we're over halfway through now. Yay. Awesome. Treasure hunt. Again, always will say yes to anything to do with treasure or hunting for treasure, or like anything like that, like archaeology, etc. Luck is everything is also what I'm voting for, because in literally any game that has luck as a stat that you can increase, I will always increase the luck stat, because like I like luck. I'm not gonna vote up lucky though, because like that one's much more general. The harder it is, the more fun it becomes is fair for like a puzzle video game or something, but not really something I want to do for a tabletop game. The Calm Before the Storm is interesting, but again, it'd be a game you can only play once, because you would know that the storm is coming. Wrong Place, Good Time is funny, because one of the other themes was right place, wrong time. So I guess I think each person can suggest 3 themes, and that's where all these come from, is people suggesting themes for the jam. So it might have been the same person who suggested both too. Heavy Lies the Crown I like, because it, again, we talked a little bit earlier about Fable 3 and just like the evil that was kind of hidden in that, where like you overthrow the evil king only to find out that like they were doing the evil things because they were trying to save everybody. And so you kind of have to take over being the evil king. You get to play the game a little bit afterward. But Heavy Lies are kind of interesting in that like you're just kind of finding out like things aren't as easy as you might want. And I like Heavy Lies the Crown more because it could be a metaphorical crown. So like Heavy Lies the crown who does construction work, and so like maybe you're seeing why people take 17-hour breaks at work or whatever. Like the trope. I've never actually known any construction workers personally. I don't really know what it's like. I can't discuss that realistically, but I have to go back to salvaging, because salvaging is always a yes. No sound is definitely a given in a tabletop game, but I don't really want to play. I don't really care to play a bunch of games based on no sound, because I play all the games without sound anyway. Don't Stop Moving or Else. I kind of made a game like that. The Winchester document, where you have to keep typing or else. I like Coffee Break because it's something, and Sean actually in the Discord server makes all of his, or a lot of his games at least, based around things you can play on a lunch break. And so I think that I might make a note of Coffee Break too. A coffee break game would be something you can play solo with very limited space, using items in your pocket, and can play in 5 to 10 minutes, because normally a coffee break is very short. It'd be like, at work, you get 15-minute breaks a lot of times, at least in the US. If you work a certain amount of time, you are required to be given a 4-hour break in a lot of fields. And
Not
so
4-hour break.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, it's like after 4 hours. Hey, again, Angel.
Hi.
After about 4 hours, you're given like a 15-minute break. I think it's
10-minute.
Okay, 10 minute. Yeah, so that's perfect. So like after 4 hours, you get a 10-minute break. After 6 hours, I think you get a lunch
30
period,
minute, yeah,
and then after 8 hours, you get like
another 10.
right, exactly. So that makes sense. So I just figure coffee break would be a game that you could play on a coffee break. So something you could play solo with a very limited space using items in your pocket, and you can play in 5 to 10 minutes.
That sounds fun.
Panic says that reminds me I need to clean out my bag for work. Oh my
Hi,
goodness.
Panic.
I still
There's
haven't even cleaned my purse out from the other day. I finally finished quarantining like a day or two ago, and I still haven't even emptied it out yet. Um,
I
lots more
got
notes
mom
here.
the ice pack, and the dishwasher was done, so I unloaded it.
That's cool. Way to get all this stuff done. Jeez. Um, too much at once. I'm gonna call that one of the games, which is actually like we just made um, with in space. No one can hear you explode. You have a bunch of problems and have to decide which ones to solve and which to allow to remain as problems.
It just reminds me of that song they had us sing in elementary. The like, "Hi, my name is Joe, and I work at a button factory."
Yes. And then after a while, like you have to sing all those parts, and like
Yeah,
it just gets to be really, really long.
push the button with your left hand, your right hand. Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna upvote song lyrics because I actually have a whole thread on the Discord server of song lyrics that I like and I want to make in the games. So that would be an opportunity for that. I feel like you've got mail could go in a lot of different directions too. Like, is it good mail? Is it bad mail? Is it like mail that contradicts previous mail? Like, spicy times just sounds like an interesting way to say like a rough period in your life. Like
It does.
they are
I
the
just
best of
got
times, they're the spiciest of times.
I
What
just got
Angel?
the game ad came up on my computer, and it like was a woman that was in like, a very revealing shirt, and like it was in the woods, but it said this game has such good graphics, even people that don't like games, would like it. But the whole time they're like zooming in on the like woman's boobs. I'm like, ew. It isn't literally like so obvious, but it is, it's just like yuck.
Yeah.
That was a really gross ad.
Like, don't worry, the game's not about this, but we'll give you something to look at in the meantime. I like Cog in the Machine. I feel like that is something you need to play um in a very multiplayer game, like like 3, 4, 5 plus people, where maybe like 3 plus players, where each player is doing a specific thing, and if anyone stops, it messes things up. I don't know how that's going to be fun, but like that could be something interesting. Panic says spicy time sounds like something. Yeah, it
Mm.
does. Oversized weapon. Okay, we'll do that. Just because I'm just instantly picturing like the Buster Sword from Final Fantasy VII, or like Sephiroth's sword that's like twice as
Every
long
time
as
I
he is
hear that,
tall.
I hear the song.
Yep.
No,
Yes, exactly.
like why do some words have theme songs? Like,
Because it's like half of the song too. Like anyway, so yeah, that is really funny. Like, oh, no, that's not done prequel. This one says not shelter, so it just reminds me of Alan Wake going into the bathroom because all the bathrooms had seemed safe, and then it was like, no, this is not shelter, like not a safe space. In fact, it's funny because one of them was something like safe space, and this one's like the opposite. Like it is not a safe space. Um,
I accidentally set that up so that
you did.
the Jesus was scared out of Beth because, like, she kept taking so long to explore the bathrooms, and I'm like, there's never been anything in a bathroom. Why are you scared? And Beth was like, "You're right." And then the next door she opened had something in it, and she threw the like controller. It
Yep.
jumped out of her hand, and she like scooted back like so, like so far in bed. It was just the funniest. I was crying. I felt really bad, but it was
Yes.
the perfect jump scare because it scared the crap out of her.
I almost want to upvote You Can't Act Natural just because it would be like a great way to represent like visibly queer people or even like people of color who like are kind of like instantly judged by some people. Like so like your Can't Act Natural would be like every time you talk you have to like rub your stomach or something, and so like just that like that almost shame that you feel from doing it and like awkwardness and stuff kind of captures that vibe. But like I don't want to make people do that, and also it's another outside the world thing. And I do like charisma roll though. Like I love the idea of a charisma roll being used for like everything you do in a game. So like, you know, like I open a door, do a charisma check, and you get like a 3. And so like if the door doesn't open because it thinks you're stupid or something, it's just like everything's judging you nonstop throughout the game.
That reminds me of the labyrinth when they had the 2 doors, like one of them always
Oh
opens,
yeah,
one
that's true.
doesn't, you know, and they had to figure out which one it was, and both of them were wrong anyway.
Yes, that's true. I remember that. I know exactly what you're talking about. Like, and then she fell through it. Like the weird arms and hands were sticking out, and like, yeah,
Right, but like she wanted the bad one, like because the bad one led her directly to the castle or whatever. So it's like good thing she didn't get that one. You know, it was just like
yeah,
so it's the bad one that she got, like, and she would have wanted the other result. So it was just funny.
yes.
Like she was right, but she needed to be wrong to get what she wanted.
Mm. Panic says delicious terror, and yes, I kind of like no weapon fight, but honestly, that just sounds like a fist fight. Like so, like
Or
nothing's
verbal,
yeah, or a verbal
like
fight, or
light.
even like a dance off, or like anything else. Like could
But we
be
just did a zine on, you know,
yes, like
confrontational, whatever.
yeah, like non-standard conflict resolution or something.
Yes. So it's like, eh.
Release the power. Jam full. Like what? Oh my goodness. Figure out rules. Another one of those would be interesting as a logic game for 2 or more people, but it definitely would not work for a solo tabletop game. It would work for a solo video game because the game itself handles the rules. But LOL, I don't know as a theme. That would be. I would laugh so hard if something like that actually won ever.
That would be
Yes, like everybody just makes whatever they want. It's cool. Like who cares? Or it's just a bunch of games about people not knowing and it being funny.
an ad.
Kittens building a snowman on the floating island.
That's so specific.
It is, and it's a different snowman emoji. I don't know how somebody else got a different emoji. Oh, it's because the other one is I forgot. There's an ASCII snowman. So this is a snowman emoji. The other one's the ASCII snowman.
Okay.
Lots and lots and lots of no's. We're down to almost like 15% yeses at this point. We were at like 20 to 25 for a while there. Synesthesia, I think, is when noises harm you or something. I can't remember. A phenomenon that causes sensory crossover, such as tasting colors. Okay, that's what it was. I don't know how you'd capture that in a tabletop game. I could see it in a video game. You know, like when you eat something for health or something, maybe it changes the colors in the world or something, or like the audio itself is changed by like your actions in the game or whatever. Like, but not like normally is. So it's funny because one of the themes was you are bananas, and now there's the world is bananas. I'm wondering if we're going to come across a third one that's just bananas or something.
Oh, like one person did all 3 of their themes as something banana.
Yeah. And we just got egg, and then 4 themes later is Easter eggs. So I wonder if somebody else just did egg ones.
Hmm.
And this is never going to give you up. Another one was never going to let you down. So
Oh no. Someone told.
cute girls doing cute things. There we go. Everybody's got to vote for that. That's the winning one. I feel like a lot of people take that in the very wrong direction.
Yeah, I was like,
though,
yeah.
So, yeah, I would never actually do that. But like, like a third or fourth.
A lot of really bad anime games happening.
Yeah, exactly. The Ghost of Ludum Dare 56 was passed. That's funny because this is 55 and the next one's 56. So like whatever we do for this one would be somehow reflected in the next one. I think that'd be really cool. I don't know what we'd do for this time, and I don't know that how many people would actually be part of the next one. So Odyssey is cool. I like that actually because that's like exploration and things like that. So
Like the concept of it is interesting. The execution would not be.
exactly, like if we could just jump to 56 and we were all given, or like if this was the Ghost of Ludum Dare 54's future, like that would be cooler because then everybody could go back to one from last time, or even like their own thing from last time and somehow interpret that into this one. But like making something pre next one doesn't really make a lot of sense. Um, I feel like sapient entities is like a is redundant because I don't know how something. Well, I guess not because anything's an entity. So never mind. Okay, that's fair. Um, I feel like behind the scenes is all like the after the game over, where like you're seeing like what's actually going on behind the game or whatever. Um, I like recycle actually because it's more about like taking the things you have and making them work. Panic says that his drugs are ready for pickup, and the Panic has to get out of bed. Yeah, I feel that one all too well. Um,
That's funny because it's 3 p.m. here, so it's like, okay, what time is it there?
yeah, exactly. That's true too. I will say that I stayed in bed a long time. I think we went to bed at like 1 or 1:30, and then we woke up at like we got out of bed at like 10. So totally understandable. We have a
Yeah.
we have a heating blanket on our bed, and so like
And our heater's broken in our house, so it's cold.
yeah, exactly. And especially since the way we do heat things is we have a little portable heater that Angel got, and we have the oven. So we turn the oven on, and then we do that. And since Angel's mom can't get up and walk around, we have to do that when we wake up, which means that like when we first get down here, it's very cold. Usually like low 60s when we get down here. Panic says 2 p.m. I'm an evening shift lizard, so this is normal time to be in bed. That's totally fair. Angel actually was night shift
Yeah,
person too.
I worked third shift for over 8 years. And so, yeah, I would be in bed until like 3 or 4 in the afternoon half the time anyway. So,
You are what you eat is right back to the absorb theme in that like it's basically Kirby, where like like every time you eat something or absorb something or whatever, like you
that's
gain that
fair.
ability or something. So I think that might be cool to play games on. I don't know what we'd make for it though, so I did vote it for it, but I don't know what we'd do. Use your head. The critters are coming. That's funny. Um, push your luck. I'm just gonna say yes to just because that's the whole genre of tabletop games, like where you push your luck to do things, and we like push your luck games. So, um, Panic says I prefer to have at least 10 hours of sleep. I feel that one too. I try to stick to 7 to 8, but usually when we do 7 hours, I'm in bed for another 30 to 45 minutes anyway. So like
I've
hitting the
always
snooze
been a
button.
lousy sleeper, so I generally wake up about 6 hours after I try to go to sleep. And I usually take about an hour to fall asleep. So I generally have about 5 hours sleep. Like, even when I lay there and fall back asleep, it's broken and like I don't do well. So, like, I've never like caught on to that whole sleep thing for a long time.
There's free won't again. Now that I know you can search it. Oh, that's actually a thing. Okay.
Free won't is?
Oh, it's the opposite of free will. I see. That makes
Oh.
sense. That's a whole topic I could talk about for hours anyway. Just the whether we actually have free will or not. So I'm still gonna say no though.
I also, we live right next to a school. And so, right as I was getting into good sleeping, school would let out and
Yeah.
wake me up because kids have to be rowdy when they walk by.
Fun and frustration equals funstration. That's funny. I did not mean to click on it. I meant to upvote it. Like, oh well, whatever here. I have no idea what we do with frustration because you don't want your games to be frustration. Actually, I'm gonna hit no on that because I don't want to play a bunch of games that frustrate me.
I was like, I don't want that one. So I'm glad you
Um,
changed your mind.
yeah. Panic, since you weren't here earlier, part of the end of Ludum Dare, to get your game rated, you have to rate a bunch of other people's games, which means you usually play like 20 to 50 or more games with this theme. So it's nice to have a theme that you want to play a bunch of games around. And so the idea of fun and frustration equals frustration is funny, but I don't want to play 50 games that frustrate me. So we had floating islands. Now there's levitating land masses. Watch and learn would be a fun thing, kind of like horsing around that I made, where like, you know, one person does a thing and then the other person has to do it, or you get a letter of horse, just like the basketball game horse. Watch and learn would be kind of like that, except like you don't have to call out what you're doing first. You just be like, watch, and then like the other player has to do the same thing. But like, I don't want to do that as a solo thing. So that's the other thing. Also, Panic is the two other important things for Ludum Dare. One is that most people are going to be playing these games by themselves, so it has to be something that's playable solo. And two, most of the games for Ludum Dare are playable in a browser. So for a tabletop game, it has to be something that people like, they have access to all the components for very easily. So maybe like one or two normal dice, or a deck of cards.
Standard deck of cards. Yeah.
Yeah, like maybe some coins or something. And it's as quick and easy to learn as possible, because in most video games, like you just click a button, the browser game loads up, you just start playing it. In a tabletop game, you might have to read multiple pages of a document to even figure out what you're doing. And when people see that, they're just gonna be like, no thanks, I don't want to rate this one, and just skip it. So to get people to play it, it has to be something super easy to get into, but also fun. How to make a profitable game. The game. That's funny. I need to do that as a note. How to make a profitable game. The game. Like, just like, really funny to make a game about making profitable games. And especially awesome if the how to make a profitable game, the game is not at all profitable.
Like it's a free game.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So then, like, you know, that you're disproving your whole point. Like, people are supposed to be trusting that you know how to make a profitable game, but then your game's not profitable. So, and yeah, Panics is like those business card games. Yeah, exactly. Those things would be great because you literally just read a few sentences, you can play it. Like, you're limited to a certain amount of space.
Or putting it on screen top.
Yeah, we made a few things in screen top. Unfortunately, when I do that, usually they're really complex. Like, there was one of them I made.
That was complex.
I can't remember what it was called, but basically, you're an adventurer and you're completing quests to get.
I'll find it on Canva.
I think it was called like Side Quests, the game or something. So you're completing side quests to get things, to get equipment, and then equipment helps you fight monsters, and then eventually fight the end boss. And I think
side
the game,
questing.
that's it. Side quests only. Yeah.
No, side questing.
Oh, okay.
It might be side quest only, but this says in the file side questing.
Oh, okay. But yeah, the game had like 300 plus cards in it, and like 3 different game boards, and like a bunch of different tracks. Like, yeah, I thought it was fun too, but it was a lot to learn if you don't have somebody just explaining it. And honestly, at this point, we can probably make a video for it, you know, like that we could just show people, you know, like I could get on screen, show people how to play the thing, you know, like on a digital implementation or something, and then people could just watch that and learn how to play it instead of like reading rules or whatever if they don't want to. I'll have to get a camera before then though, because the jam starts in 5 days, and it's going to take at least a day for the camera to get here from Amazon, and then we quarantine for 4 days. So.
Did you try restarting your computer yet?
I don't know, actually. I don't think so.
So we'll have to like kind of mess with it today.
Yeah, that's fair too. Maybe that'll just fix it. I do know it's been like kicking on and off a lot lately though, so I think it's just about over.
How long do you plan on streaming? Because my stomach's growling.
You can from the eat if you want. I'm just going until I'm done. We're like 2/3 of the way there.
Okay.
I'm going faster now because at like 2.5 hours we weren't even halfway there, and now we're like over halfway. So
okay.
I feel like that's what happened last time too. Like we were really slow at first, and then it was sped up, and then like toward the end it was just like so many no's. I think we get pickier about themes too, like as it goes on, because like we've already seen a bunch of them, and like you are not supposed to be here is cool. I feel like that's more like just a voice you'd hear, and like, you know, I think post-capitalism would be interesting just to see what that'd be, kind of like, you know, after the end of a game or whatever, like what's the end of capitalism. But that's not a topic that I can comfortably capture in a way that's intelligent, so I wouldn't want to do it. Nothing is lost, nothing is created, everything is transformed. I like that. That's cool. Just because then like normally in a game you go out and you get resources and then you turn those resources into something. In this one, it's more like you go out and find things and turn those things into other things. Kind of like Fallout 4 did, where you like, you take some metal and some plastic and some duct tape and you make a gun out of it. So like you're transforming things to other things. And then maybe you have the swords to plowshares thing going on too, where like eventually you don't need weapons anymore, and you turn those weapons into tools or whatever. Nothing is lost, nothing is gained, everything is transformed. I'm just making a note of the theme, not actually writing any notes for it. I fix that later as like our life. Oh my goodness, I'm actually gonna do that. That's cool. I think that needs to go with actually I guess I don't have that one on here anyway. I fixed that later. Actually, that'd be like too much at once. So I'm gonna put that with that one. Because basically like, you have a bunch of things broken. Maybe you've been hired at a company that's, like you don't have many hours to work and like there's a lot broken, but your job is to fix everything. Instant kill just makes you think of Spider-Man. I like
Stop with the instant kill, Karen.
Yes, exactly. I like don't level up, but I don't want to make a game on it. Time as currency is a lot like the eating time. But like,
I thought we already saw like time was currency anyway.
Yeah, I think we did that too. That's all right. I still said yes on it anyway. Cheating is the only way. I think that's interesting, but I'm not going to make it one because then they kind of, especially with something that people are going to play in like 10 to 30 minutes, like you don't really have a lot of time for people to dive in and really like discover that on their own and be like, wow, this is so smart. I can't believe they did that. And like, the idea of that happening in such a short amount of time is unlikely. Stupid achievements. Yes, I've always wanted to add achievements to tabletop games, and I think stupid achievements would be hilarious. I actually want to do maybe add a list of achievements, and this is something I want to do anyway, like regardless of whether this happens or not. Add a list of achievements to common games like chess, checkers, solitaire, etc. So that way, like, it basically, you just have like a sheet of paper that would have like the different achievements you're trying to track. And it's up to you to see if they happen or not. I think that'd be really funny. Just like I have where we want to make TTRPGs of like supplements to games. So you can like play a regular game and then like make it a journaling game or make it a TTRPG of some sort. I think that would be really cool too. Small, medium, large. Seekers are mandatory would be cool for a party game, but not really a solo game, especially not a solo tabletop game. I kind of like Expendable for a bigger game that we couldn't make in 2 to 3 days, where like you have an army and like, yes, there are people, but you don't care about that. They're just expendable, cogs in the machine. You're throwing at problems. And like eventually, like your army's running out. And so like you have to be careful about that. But like you're basically spending a currency of human lives to get things done. Oh no, the consequences of my own actions? That's 100% getting voted on. Oh no, the consequences of my own actions? Like that's hysterical and needs to happen. That also feels like another Rondell game where you're going around like suffering from your own things. I also feel like something like that would be a really cool supplement to a game, like as a separate thing. So like you play chess, and then at the end of the game, you play like you just killed this person's queen. Like they really don't like you, or like you won chess without hurting many of the pieces. Like there's if anyone's familiar with chess at all, there's a 4-move checkmate that you can pull off, where basically the other person just moves a pawn out, and like if you move your either a knight, which I think takes 5 moves, or a bishop, or maybe it's 3 and 4 moves, I don't remember. But if you do it just right, it like you win the game in 3 or 4 moves. You don't kill any pieces at all, like, but you win because the king is checkmated. They can't put anything in the way, like game over. And so, winning that way would be like basically like the pacifist run of chess. And so like the consequences of your own actions wouldn't be bad. Like nobody's got PTSD from killing half the other army or anything like that. Like the other king just surrendered. Like that's the end of it versus like you wiped out an entire people, like, they're gone forever.
Sorry, I got distracted with a message.
Well, you're okay. You're allowed to do other things.
Mom was asking something.
Okay. That's cool. Finally, something useful is also another fun one. I don't know why, but I think that if somebody puts an exclamation point at the end of a theme, I'm more likely to say yes to it too. I didn't say yes to Snap, even though it has an exclamation point, but it's only one word. And so, like I said, most one-word themes are going to get downvoted anyway. But Quantum Garden sounds intriguing, but I wouldn't want to make a game about that, and I wouldn't want to play a bunch of games about that.
I love that. Like, they asked me if Dad's phone playing videos would bother us if we were still streaming, and I was like, I can't hear it. And then it got like 3 times louder.
Oh my goodness!
Now,
yeah. One of the themes was failure is victory and victory is failure. I like that when it's a surprise, but when that's the theme and everybody knows it, it kind of kills the point. Like you should, like Angel said, like there are games where like, when you win the game, you find out that like, you have the aftermath of that victory or something like that. Like, you've colonized a whole place that wasn't yours to colonize, or, like in a race for all of the money, you lost everything else in your life, or, just things like that. But like, if you know that the case that the only way to win is to lose, like it defeats the whole purpose of it. Rogue Unlike, that is interesting because I love roguelike games, but this would be like the opposite of a roguelike. It's a rogue unlike. I'm going to upvote that, and we'd have to figure out what the heck to do if it wins, but Gollum like, yeah, I'll do that too. That's fine. I guess that'd be like something sneaky or corrupting, or just everything is your precious, one or the other. Alchemize is interesting. I'll say yes to that because I like alchemy stuff. It's like anything else crafting where you turn one thing into another thing. So I'm all for that. Sacrifices must not be made is interesting too. But I just feel like, again, if you know that going into the game, it defeats the whole purpose of it. That feels like the kind of thing you should learn at the end of the game. Like surprise, like those cards you were playing weren't just cards, they were people's lives, or like they were animals, or just something like extremely aggressive locals is funny. But I'm not going to do yes on it. Game Grumps was one of them, and now we have a Game Grumps 2. I wonder if there'll be a Game Grumps 3 later on. Lots and lots and lots of no's now. Oh, that's adorable. I have to vote for that. It looks like a little koala. Or like the cat, with the whole like hands up and down, like over and over again kind of thing. Like, this looks like that. Actually, I take it back. And a tin can's getting yes, because that's basically like in a busted spaceship. Like from the song. Unconventional control schemes isn't really doable at all in a tabletop game. Doomed by the narrative is interesting. I like that too. I'm going to do that as a note. Doomed by the narrative. It reminds me of, I can't remember the name of the movie, but there was a movie with Will Ferrell where there was an author writing a book and didn't realize that the book was actually causing his life to change. And like eventually found out that was the case, and like ended up having to change her story because the story was going to end with his death. And so like just the idea of, something actually existing that is doomed to whatever somebody else is writing is really interesting. And it doesn't have to be a narrative of a story. In this case, it could be a movie. It could be like, like there are extras in a movie, and for them to, create the realism, they actually have to blow them up like in a movie scene. Like it's just cheaper that way than using CGI. So like, what's that like? That kind of thing. I take it back. I'm going to vote for Postman too because I like the idea of going out places, and there's a game called Post Night, and there was a sequel to that one where you're kind of like delivering things in different areas, and like it's dangerous and you're fighting enemies and there's stuff like that. So things like that are cool. And I'm also going to upvote Risky Rewards too because that's another push your luck kind of thing. It'll be real easy for that. Journey to the Unknown is another exploration thing, so sure. I'm gonna downvote Enemies on All Sides, but I'm gonna make a note of it. Enemies on All Sides will be a game where, because it says enemies, I'm picturing you are facing off against multiple enemy forces. The only way to survive is to make treaties to work together with some to take out the others, but at what cost? So basically, like let's say you're in the middle of, I don't know, like 5 different enemy nations, and each one of these nations is an enemy for a good reason. Like, one of them doesn't believe in human rights, and one of them requires all of the people there to work 18-hour days, and another one is just like horrible things to different people that I don't even want to say out loud on a stream. And so you have to decide which of those people you're going to work with to even have a chance to improve the world at large, and which ones are your true enemies. And so, like, once everything's said and done, your enemies might become even more powerful than they were to begin with, and be able to take over the whole world. And then the whole world suffers, what they're suffering, what they make their people suffer through. Too Many Cooks in the Kitchen would be a really interesting party game where you're trying to build something very quickly, but it's not a solo game. Box Has Key is funny. 4X Adventure, actually, I'm assuming when they say 4X, they mean like the Explore, Expand, Exterminate, and something else. There's a 4th X, but I'm assuming it'd be like an adventure game that includes those things then, which that's actually interesting. I'm actually going to make a note of that too. 4X Adventure. So like, because I like adventure games, I'm not really a fan of 4X games in general. In fact, there's actually just a discussion on Zoe's server, Knife Bunny, about how 4X games are generally, if not always, very colonial, in that like they involve either invading other people's land or finding a new land to colonize or whatever else, and then just kind of like stealing all of its resources, like exterminating whatever is there. So like, not only are you taking this land, you're killing the people there, you're stealing all the resources to send them back where you came from. And so like, in general, a 4X game is just not really something that anybody wants to, like, that's not something that should be praised. But I like the idea of setting an adventure in that. Maybe instead of exterminate as normally killing something, you're exterminating curses that were left behind in places, or you're exterminating, like you're going into a museum, right, and you're reclaiming all the artifacts there for the people that originally owned them. Like you're Robin Hooding, but like with precious artifacts from long ago and giving them back to the people who originally owned them. So you're exterminating the guards, but not permanently, just like knocking them unconscious or something. And you're exploring the museum. You are claiming those resources, to give them back. In fact, I'm going to make a note of that too. 4X Adventure. You're a Robin Hood-esque person exploring a museum which has stolen artifacts from their rightful cultures. So that would be that game. I feel like we LGBTQ people live and let live. We don't need to make a game about it. You know what I mean? Like, like how we're asking is that you let us live. Peculiar humming is funny. I think that would be interesting in a video game. I don't see that as being a tabletop thing. Oh, thank you, Angel. She brought me over some nuts and olives and some mozzarella. I forgot we even had that mozzarella. That stuff was good. Sundays are interestingly fitting since we've been on stream for over 3 hours. Are our cheat day from our diet where we can eat whatever we want. We don't track our food. We don't eat terribly because we don't want to, ruin our, the way we eat. And plus, honestly, just overeating just kind of makes people sick anyway. Nobody wants to do that. But it is the day when we don't have to, like we can just grab chips if we feel like eating chips. And we can do that anyway because, it's only like 140 calories to have a serving of chips. And that's actually a good amount of food. But like
Well,
it's the day we,
sorry. You're saying you're going to continue streaming and it's 4:00 and we start dinner at 5. And so I was like our cheat day.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, okay, we'll have a tiny little bitey thing to hold us over.
That's what I was saying is like, it's like ironic that today is cheat day when we don't even have the time to eat anything. Oh my goodness.
We did have good pancakes for breakfast, so protein pancakes.
Hi. I know I'm going to mispronounce this here. Kuroshu-san. Hi and welcome. And thank you. It says it's surprisingly fun to watch and listen to how fast your brain comes up with a whole story for those short keywords and phrases. I think a lot of it helps to, I know most people who did Ludum Dare do video games. Angel and I are tabletop creators. So it's a little bit easier for us to take something and make it into things. Whereas like, the video game, you've got to like build your engine, or even like if you're working with one, like, make it do what you're trying to make it do. Whereas for us, we can literally just slap some words on some cards and, we have a game kind of thing. Or like TTRPG wise, it can just be like, draw a card, here's a prompt, like, journal about that kind of thing. So, and it's just really fun going through a lot of these things anyway. We've been doing Ludum Dares since like Ludum Dare like 17 or something. We took several years off. And when I say several, I mean probably like 5 or 6. Because I went from making video games to tabletop games. And so there was a long period where we weren't making anything. And it's just really cool to be able to see this stuff. And a lot of these are ideas we've actually had or, kind of tossed around anyway. Historically inaccurate is always fun. I think I like the idea of people rewriting the past and just how much of that is true. How often that happens rather. And so just kind of like maybe you're a textbook writer for a school who's rewriting things for like your system. Like I grew up in I'm a trans woman. I went to an all boys Catholic high school, and so a lot of our stuff was based in Catholicism. So maybe in this world, a lot of it is based on like flat earthers, or it's based on like people who like aliens exist and are among us, and just things like that. So like you're rewriting these books to show how that's always been true, and like how dare you think otherwise, because look at all this proof, even if you're making it up. So I think that'd be funny. I don't know how we'd make that into a game though. Cutting corners reminds me of there's these games that you can play, and they've existed for a long time, where like you basically have like a square, right? And like there's little things bouncing around the square, and your job is to like, you come on the outside and you like kind of cut off parts of it, which then like makes this place smaller, so the things are bouncing around faster. And you're trying to cut off pieces. If anything touches your line before you've cut something off, then you get damage, or you lose a life or whatever. I always like those games. I have no idea how to do that as a tabletop game, but I think cutting corners could be fun as a tabletop game, in that like it's an engine builder where you are shoving parts together as quickly as you can and at as low of a cost as you can, and just hoping things don't break down on you. Like maybe one part, like whenever you use that part of the engine, you have to roll a die, and if you roll a 1 or 2, like it breaks, and so like you lose everything you put into it, except for you've gotten out of it since then. And maybe you'll get super lucky and it'll never break on you, or maybe it breaks on you the first time you use it. And so that would be interesting. I think inseparable duo is cool for video games. There are 2 players or more. We played Snipper Clips, and we've played I think a couple others that are kind of like that, where like you play as two things that are working together, and you can't possibly complete these puzzles without the other person, and kind of explaining like, what if we tried this or what if we tried that, and so like that's cool, but not as a solo tabletop game. It's funny, we had simpler times and then times and times again, like 2 themes later. More power just makes you think of Star Trek. Alter the environment's interesting in a way that like I can't remember the name of that. They did it at the end of the newer Superman movie. It's where you kind of take
Terraforming.
Thank you. Yeah, it's like we are altering an environment to be suitable to you, and you don't care what it does to the people who are already in that environment. I'm not going to say for it, but I do think it's a cool one. If you're still here, are you taking part in the Ludum Dare this year then too? Or this Ludum Dare 55 that starts in like, oh my goodness, like 5 days. That's so soon, and kind of scares me a little bit. Like we're still so busy fulfilling our past crowdfunding campaign. So like we're still trying to do that. And there's the third bananas one. There was a your bananas, there's the world is bananas, and now we have everything is bananas. There's all 3 from that person. I like chaining, but again, that's for video games, not for tabletop games. Shimmery just reminds me of like, I did not mean to click on it. I meant to, yes. Shimmery reminds me of like sparkly, which is all me, so I'm all for that. Grid and roll kind of makes you think of a roll and write. So I'll say yes to that, but I can't imagine it's going to make it anywhere because so many people that make video games are just going to be like, what's this? Hey, we're down under 500 like left. That's awesome. I love Fog of War in video games, but it's a video game thing. Actually, that's not necessarily true. That you can do that in a tabletop game too. You just have like locations that are flipped upside down. So I'm all for that. Replica makes you think of like being oh my goodness, I cannot think of words anymore. I've been doing this too long or something. But like the people that make like fake things, like the impersonation items, or like that make paintings that aren't the original painting, and then yeah, like knockoffs and things like that. Counterfeits. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. And so like you just like you're a counterfeiter who's trying to get your goods sold. And I think at some points, like, if you can make something fancy looking for like $20, people are going to buy it because of $20. Like even if it's not a real thing, like it's a good price for that thing. So well meant but ill-fated is fun. I'm still gonna say no to it though, because again, it's not one I can really see doing a video game or a tabletop game with. There was one just like this. Nothing you got you really need. I feel like that one though was like nothing that you got you really need. So like somebody just really wants you to have a game where like you're not using what you have. 2D retro top-down pixel trash graphics. I've never heard of the term pixel trash before, but I think that's fun. That makes you think of like programmer art, or like like if we were to hand draw pixel art stuff ourselves. Like, if we just had like some grid paper and we just filled in some squares and we scanned those in and shrunk them and those things, like that would be funny. I'm definitely not doing that, especially not in 3 days. But speaking of which, I need to, I'm going to make a note of that too on here. Tell Carla that I won't be working Monday because of Ludum Dare. Normally, where we work, I said Ludum Dame at first. That'd be an interesting.
Like next Monday, right?
Yeah, that's like yeah, not tomorrow, but like next week's Monday. Normally Mondays are my busiest day with work because I do customer service for a small tabletop publishing company, and so people will email over the weekend when they have time or reach out, and so Monday is my day of catching up on all that stuff. But like next Monday, I won't be doing that since it's the Ludum Dare day. And like, I think Ludum Dare, it runs till 9 p.m. on Monday for us who do the jam. So I am definitely going to, I will say that this theme says the map is effed. It doesn't have the whole word in the theme anyway. I can't imagine that can make it through just because of the usage, but I am going to say yes, because I love anything to do with maps and cartography. So. Wild Goose Chase sounds funny because maybe you're playing a tabletop game where like the game itself buy like a deck of cards or something, is controlling a goose moving around and you're trying to chase it. And it could be metaphorical too, like, chasing your dreams or something. Your goal, lose it. I think that's a fun one in that this could be interpreted as lose your goal, which, like
Or
Angel just said earlier, like we were, like we watched Wish, and so that was all about like you give up your wishes to people, and so like that. Or what were you saying, no baby?
yeah, or it could be that your goal is to lose it.
Yeah, exactly. So like you're trying to lose something on purpose. Like honestly, that makes me immediately made me think of like weight loss. But then the second thing I thought of was like in a lot of horror movies, like like when you destroy something and it'll just come back. So like your goal is to destroy this like the Necronomicon or like some like cursed object that you've gotten. Like you're just trying to get rid of the thing.
Or it could just be that like people are like, hey, my goal in making a game is to make people like lose it, like get angry.
Oh, that's interesting, and I like that a lot more than the one that was like fun plus frustration is frustration, because this can be interpreted that way or other ways. And so
Right.
like there is actually a jam that I think happens once a year called like the bad game jam or something, and so your goal is to make the worst game you can on purpose. And so I think that would be better suited to that versus a game jam where like you're actually trying to get rated well or try something new. um Actually, I take it back. I like building a foundation because in most things you're building a thing. Like you're building an engine, you're building a tower, you're building a city or whatever. But this is just you're just building the foundation. Like your job is to make the flattest, most solid, like fundamentally sound thing that you can. And it doesn't matter what's going to be built on it. You're building that foundation. And honestly, part of that might be destroying what was there behind it or before it. Maybe building a foundation means you're destroying an ancient burial ground, and so like you have fun with that, but you're not the one building the building on it, so who cares? Like you're not the one living in it, who cares? Like that's on them. You got paid for a job and you're doing your job. I like balancing resources because in a lot of games it's really easy to accidentally get too many of like one thing and have not enough of another. But I also don't like the idea of you having to have multiple things tracked in a tabletop game in such a short period of time. So I said no on it. Reverse only needs to not happen, because if I'm playing 50 games where you can only drive in reverse, I'm going to lose it. And then your goal, lose it, wins. Edgar Allan Poe. Oh, that's amazing. I am writing it down as a note for later. Especially since all of his works are now Creative Commons, I'm pretty sure. Like you could do whatever you want with those because Creative Commons.
I could see using like really comic booky looking art and
Yeah, exactly. Or like, and just like twisting his things, like quote the Raven, like the Raven's gonna pull a machine gun out and just take everybody out, or like the Telltale Heart, like start speaking some horrible language that like convinces everybody to like just like like start the it's not the plague, it's the purge, right? So something like that, just like something awful, like much worse than Edgar Allan Poe. And also the Pow would be like, it hits you over its head with its meaning, versus like Edgar Allan Poe was kind of an expert at like, slowly building something into happening. And Pow
that
is
would be
like, oh,
really
here it is.
fun to do a deck builder with. Do a whole bunch of like, really silly puns with Edgar Allan Poe, and then like those are what you battle with.
Oh, that's funny. I like that too. That's fun. I'll make a note of that too. Make a game with puns, and those are used to battle
Yeah, like different cards. Like it would be a deck builder.
with cards that have puns, and those used to battle like a deck building.
Yeah, I don't know how that would be a solo thing, but
Maybe one. Normally in deck building games, you have like the at least two different resources. There's your money that lets you buy more cards, and then there's your like power to like, like either a power to like defeat enemies that give you points, or just things that give you straight up points or whatever. So maybe one of your resources would be
like raven junk, like the stuff that ravens bring you.
oh, that's interesting. Yeah, Raven junk gathered especially since that is true. Like ravens, I think the ravens, or is it crows? One of those two
Yeah, I think
birds.
it's gross.
Okay. I'll put raven slash crow junk. Um, because I feel like crows are similar to ravens in that like they are also another dark thing. So it'd be close enough at least. Where like they're bringing you things, and then the other uh, would be like punishment, where like you're punishing everybody else. Um, I I don't like when people do a theme like this where it says harmless and or dangerous. So like that's literally everything. Like because it could be everything in between harmless and dangerous. It could be things that are harmless and dangerous, or it could be things that are harmless or dangerous. Like literally everything would apply to that thing. I've seen everything as a side effect in previous jams, and I like it, but I don't know how to do that in a tabletop game. I'm
I
actually
did
gonna.
Google it, and ravens do collect shiny things.
Oh, okay, cool. Um, Remain silent would be a fun party game where you're trying to make each other laugh or react in one way or another. Like like you're just telling a story about somebody else, but you're telling it all wrong, and so that person really wants to speak up and interrupt you and say how wrong you are, but like they can't because otherwise they lose. Um, Spin the Wind's fun. You could have a game with a spinner in it. Ship it is funny too because if you take that to mean shipping two people or whatever, then that's funny. But you could also have it as like a game of like shipping things from one place to another. So either one of those would work. So
Or
what is
like shipping a relationship, like the in that
that's
way.
what I, that's what I meant. Yeah, like the first one of those was like shipping two people like in a relationship. So yeah, exactly. I also said yes to what does this thing do just because that's funny. I have no idea what we do with that. Actually, I'm gonna say no to it, even though it's funny because I don't know what we do as a tabletop game. Eras is another one that just begs for a legacy game. Control the Anarchy is interesting in a metaphorical sense. I don't see making a game in 3 days about it though. Like kind of like Lamb of God had a good song about that. Basically, just how our two-party system in America kind of like plays people against one another, kind of creating like a war between us to where like we don't even pay attention to what the person we're going to vote for is going to do. We just pay attention to how much worse it'd be if the other person won. And so like everybody just kind of gets away with like not really doing much of anything in office because we're so focused on, well, it's better than if they won. So, just something like that would be interesting for a controlled anarchy where you're trying to control masses of people. But again, I don't want to make that in 3 days. So, Heavenly Inferno is funny because my dad always said that heaven would be hot and hell would be cold because he liked hockey so much. So like to him, heaven would be icy and hockey. Loosely based on a somewhat true story. That's funny because you could just base something on like something that like barely even was true and then just fill in everything else. In the Name of Justice is also funny because like what wouldn't you do in the name of justice? Like where's that line of like, this is wrong, but I'm doing it for the right reason, so it's okay.
That reminds me of the baby or the trolley or whatever that was. Like a trolley and the baby. I can't remember the name of the game where you have to like divert a train and it'll either hit one thing or another. Like it
Oh, like
was,
the trolley problem.
yeah, that. That's what that reminds me of.
Okay, that's awesome. And yeah, you're right. I can totally see that fitting that perfectly. I'll show them all as another funny one. And again, it's probably because that has an exclamation point at the end that I like it, but like I still said no to it because I don't want to make a game where you're pushed to do things that are bad. We're down to under 400 now. We're getting there through here. I think we'll be done by like 4:30. Funny number. That's awesome because there's several funny numbers. It could be 420 or 69 or 187 or 42. Make the genre wrong is something I like, because the whole point of that is that you're making a game in a genre that like has tropes that are normally there, and then you're purposely on not doing that. Like in a racing game, you don't win by being the first across the finish line. You'd be the first person to collect 10 coins or something, like something different. But it would still be set up just like a racing game. Like there's a finish line and everything else, and you're not allowed to go backwards. So, garage sale gets a 100% yes from me because I love garage sales. You made a video game about garage sales. So, paradoxes are fun. I don't want to make a game about it 1 in 3 days. Unconventional controls, again, not a tabletop thing. The bug is a feature, is again just like the other one about bugs being features. Like those are things that usually accidentally happen during the course of a game, and that's what makes them interesting, not like somebody purposely threw a bug into a game. Lost memories, I like that actually, because you're trying to find your memories, and is it a memory or is it not? In fact, I'm gonna make a note of that real quick. Now every time I make notes, I'm like, every time I make a note, it's taking me longer. But lost memories make me think of you've lost your memories literally and have to find them. Which memories belong to you? How do you know? And are some better off lost forever? I feel like that'd be like a short TTRPG game and not like an actual like tabletop game though. Reap what you sow is very much like the karma stuff. I think I like everything as a weapon because it could be like MacGyver, except that you're being given different items. I don't know. That's not a fun thing though. Everything is a weapon, and you just have to figure out how they're a weapon. Like, isn't really fun. I do think that would make a really cool video game though, where like you're literally just picking up everything using as a weapon. That's very John Wicky, where like it'd be like Double Dragon meets John Wick, where like literally everything you find in the environment is a weapon, and you can use it to like massively hurt people.
Yeah, I agree. That'd be fun as a video game, not.
Yeah, not a tabletop game though. I like take care of something because that kind of feels like like you're protecting something, like you're feeding an animal, you're taking care of a plant or something like that. Maybe even something that will outlive you, like taking care of a kid or something. And so like, in the hopes that this thing will live on forever or like, inspire others, or honestly, that could even be taking care of like your IP or, like something like that. Like, you're trying to make sure that this thing you've created, this game or, movie or story or whatever, is seen by as many people as possible or is interpreted the right way or, whatever. My incredible laser attack is funny, but I'm going to say no on it. Small inventory gets a huge yes from me because I love inventory systems. I also hate when I have to drop things in the game. And so like, but I kind of, it's like a love-hate thing with when you have to drop things. So, and I have a few games already started up for inventory management games. So that's like fair. I think Curiosity Killed the Cat with cat in quotation marks is more interesting than just Curiosity Killed the Cat, because the cat could be anything really, but I don't really want to have that as a game. I also don't want to have a whole bunch of games that I'm playing where like Curiosity killed something. Shipwrecked is another big yes, just because of exploration and like treasure and stuff. Let's see. We've got a bunch of stuff that I do not care about at all. Lots more stuff that I do not care about at all. Loss was one of them, and now all I can think is like, is this lost? But then like, now there's loss of ... So maybe that was just somebody like playing off of that theme. Hidden treasure, definite yes. Oh, I forgot. Deck building gets a definite yes too, because it'd be cool to make a deck building game, and I love playing deck building games. So like that's a yes, both directions there. Too many people is interesting in that you are in charge of a group of people, but not all of them can survive. Dig deeper again. Anything about digging underground, about exploring underground, like 100% yes for me. Fight something invisible sounds interesting, but like I don't like the idea of that in a tabletop game. You're the enemy is another one of those that I think would be really cool, but knowing that ahead of time absolutely kills the purpose. Wait a minute is funny. I'm just seeing like a party game where like people are telling different stories and you get to interject, wait a minute, and then like you have to follow that up with like some kind of like, this is why that's not true. Completely unnecessary features sounds like something that would be funny in concept, but I would not want to make or play it. Like you're making something purposely super bloated with things that don't need to be there, but then like have no purpose. Making fun of games is funny. I don't want to make fun of other people's games though. Emergent game design is another one of those really interesting things, but it's not something I want to do in a 3-day period because that usually comes from having already made something and then the emergent part comes out of that. Like somebody makes a game and the most fun part of it is the fishing mechanic or something, even though that's only like 2% of the game. So then they make an expansion that adds more fishing into it. And so like, but it's not something you would set out to do. Unless I guess you made an emergent game design based on somebody else's game. I don't know. I like Flip Flop for a multiplayer thing because I like the idea of like you working on something and then that being passed on to somebody else at random times throughout the game. And then you don't know which one is going to be yours at the end. So you're trying to do your best job with each one, but like also scared they're going to give your opponent something too good. World War III is cool, but again, I'm not going to make that. Parallel realities is interesting, but I don't want to do that. Soul Knight, interesting. I don't want to do that. Dizziness just sounds like you get up and spin around 10 times before you play the game. Like, let's try playing Jenga, but you have to, make yourself dizzy first. I don't know. Find the Truth is interesting in a bigger game. I think Read is Good would be too, because it kind of spins things on its head of like, this is something that's actually good instead of bad, but it's another one of those that like it has to be a surprise to really be good. Take My Money is a lot like that one game I was talking about earlier of ours, More and More and More. So I can upvote that one. I like games where you actually draw the magic spells, and I think that would actually be a really neat artifact game too. In fact, I'm going to make a note of that one. Draw magic spells. This would be another game, another artifact game, like the Tapestry game, where you draw the spells you're casting over time, and as you make cooler and cooler shapes on the paper, you're creating even more powerful spells. At the end, you'll have an image created from your game. I see this as something where the game itself forces you to draw things when you take damage. So what I'm seeing this as is like, okay, so you have a blank piece of paper or whatever to start off the game. And every time you cast a spell, you draw that on a piece of paper. So like, let's say that, let's be really basic, right? So like, fire is rectangle, right? Water is a circle because like droplets are kind of circular. Air is a straight line. Earth equals a triangle. Okay, so those are our 4 basic shapes, right? And then as those things combine together, like if you were to complete, say, a smiley face, that is an extra powerful spell of some sort. So like basically you're creating things from this art, and those things that you're creating are then more powerful. But along the game, as you get hit by the enemy, like the game itself, you're forced to draw things. So maybe like every time you get hit, you draw an X or you draw something else, and you have to draw it on like a certain space. So maybe you're playing use a sheet of grid paper, and when you take damage, the game tells you where to draw it. So like as you're going, maybe you're trying to build up in like, you know, a particular quadrant or something, you're building up a super powerful spell, but then you have to draw an X on it because the enemy hit you. And so you that messes up your big spell that you're trying to get, or you have to try to work around that X in a way that like you can still do something. Again, one button isn't something I can do for a tabletop game, really. Congratulations, you lose. It's funny. I just want the game to tell me that at the end. Like that isn't really a theme for a tabletop game. Unbeatable is another one of those things where like you just can't beat the game. Like, you know, the game wins regardless. Kind of like playing in Vegas or whatever. Like the house always wins. Choose your own instead of choose your own adventure is interesting because you can choose your own whatever. You can make your own choices in a choose your own adventure game. You can choose your own starting stuff. You can choose your own way to play a game, like whether it's you're using a deck of cards or dice or whatever. Like, so that's interesting. In fact, I'm going to go back and I'm going to hit yes on that. Like a fairy tale is interesting because fairy tales have several different things to them that are generally in them, like some kind of moral, or like a moral to the story, like an evil force versus a good force, just things like that. Infinite Descent just reminds me of like Loki from the first of the two Avengers movies where wow, my brain is so fried right now. How am I not remembering people's names? But like basically Doctor Strange had him infinitely falling.
Oh yeah.
It's like Infinite Descent. Skedaddle was funny.
That was falling.
Yeah. I was falling for 35 minutes or whatever. You know, like it was,
yeah.
For it is in giving that we receive is an interesting one. I think that's a Bible verse, isn't it? I could be wrong about that. But I like the idea of like, you know, the company we work for made a game called Gift of Tulips, which is partially about getting points from giving things. And even in that case, it's you're trying to complete majorities and things. So you have to be careful what you give your opponent. So you get the points in the moment, but at the end of the game, that might give them a lot more points. I like games that kind of like reward being kind to others, but like you can be too kind at the same time. And I think that's an interesting balance for life too. Like we have to be careful we aren't too kind to others. Like if we say yes to everybody else, we don't have any time for ourselves. We don't get to be our own people. But if we always say no to everybody else, then they're never going to say yes to us, and we lose that sense of community. So I think that For It Isn't Giving, We Receive is a really cool theme. Okay, unconventional health is interesting just because, like, you know, people say that, like, at least you've got your health or whatever. And so this would be something where, like, instead of, you know, you've got your health at least, it would be like you've got your blue room at least, or, you know, you've got your car at least, you know, something. I'm not going to game out though. Shadows of Yesterday is a really intriguing way of saying karma. I'm just going to make a note of that. Shadows of Yesterday is a really badass way of representing karma. Because basically, like, now you're living in the shadow of yesterday. Like, did you set yourself up for a good day? Did you set yourself up for a bad day? You know, like, did you make choices yesterday that are going to help you today? Or did you just put everything off because you were tired and now today is going to be much worse because you have so much more to do? I like The Last of Its Kind more than I like Protecting Something, because The Last of Its Kind kind of implies protecting something, but it could also imply destroying something. Like, you've gotten a virus down to the very last, like the last person with this virus is now alive. And so if that virus doesn't ever escape them, it's eradicated forever. So that player is going to be trying very hard. Oh, yum! Thanks. Angel brought me a Casbar. That person is going to be trying very hard to spread that disease, and you're going to be trying very hard to make sure it doesn't happen. So I think the last of its kind is interesting. You could take that in a positive way, like when you have the last plant of a certain type, and so if you can grow it and get the seeds from it, like you can help it grow and like it'll spread more. That's a good thing, or it can be a bad thing like that. I think I'm gonna make a note of that too. The last of its kind can be. I know I could just come back and watch this again, but I can't watch myself or listen to myself. So the last of its kind. It's not a dysphoria thing. It's just I like in my brain. I always assume I'm gonna say the worst, most stupid thing every moment, and so I'm constantly waiting for that really bad thing. And so like I can never watch myself, so I can't just come back and make notes later. Plus, this is really long. Like we're almost 4 hours in here now. Last of its kind can be good or bad. Eradicating something awful like an idea or virus, if I can spell, or good by helping a plant or species continue to exist. Okay, I like that. That's cool. I like merchandise as a tabletop, as a TTRPG, where you are the marketing, or the head of marketing. Wow, if I could type head of marketing for a company, and your whole job is to constantly create a slew of merchandise. So like you'd basically have like, you know, like at first you just have the name of the company. And so you have to like slap that thing on everything. And like, you don't even know what the company does yet. In fact, maybe that's it. The game is played in rounds where you continually learn more about the company and then have to defend your previous creations. What this makes you think of is like at first is from The Office when they were first teaming up, or when they were first purchased by Sabre. They had written a song where all the rhymes were with Sabre because they thought it was pronounced Sabre instead of Sabre. And so like then they had to figure out how to make that song work in an instant once they learned it was actually Sabre instead. So I'm just imagining this kind of like that, where like let's say you learned that you work for Breezy Enterprises, right? So like just hearing that, you're thinking of a lot of things about wind. Maybe you're thinking of clean air. Maybe you're thinking of you know, just being outside and it, you know, it being breezy. But then you find out that it's actually a company for people who are lazy, who don't go outside because, you know, like they have wind on them. You know, like they make fans for people indoors. And so now all of a sudden you have to convert your previous merchandise that was made for going outdoors and relaxing in the sun to people who don't go outside because you're making fans, and what good is a fan outside? So, you know, you're just trying to come up with like new marketing for the merchandise that you've created, and continue to market it. Okay, so yeah, that would be the premise of that one. I think that'd be a fun thing to make anyway. I don't even think it'd take very long. Maybe we can actually make some of these for our Ziniware things. That would be awesome if we could, like, just combine some of these things.
I was thinking that.
Yeah, we for those who aren't aware, we did a campaign in February that ran through very early March. It was called Beth and Angel Make a Campaign because we are Beth and Angel Make Games. And we had a special event called Ziniware, which is basically we were making a zine every 4 days. We are over a month behind on that and still have like 8 zines each to make because we are each making a total of like 16 or 14 or something, 13 something by the end of it, because we'd reached goals that extended it. And so we still have a bunch of those to make. Our goal is to make one a week. Angel did it last week. I did not. I mostly made one though. So I have 2 that I can probably finish quickly and be okay with. But anytime we find an opportunity like this to kind of double dip and like, you know, like if you're another jammer like us, there are a lot of times you'll see things on itch that are like, you know, this jam's for summer games, and this jam is for something based on songs. And so if you can combine and make a game about like summer based on a song, like you get to enter both of those jams. and like it's nice to be able to be part of those things. So you can be part of new communities and be discovered and stuff. And so like double dipping with ideas is a great way to go too. You can only have one is interesting, but I don't want to make that game.
I don't know that would be interesting solo. Like, there's a lot of things where it's like, I don't
That's
know.
that's true too. Yeah, because all I'm picturing is like, you're kind of like an adventurer, and like you're exploring, um, like a short little dungeon or something. And so like every time you find a sword, you have to decide whether you're going to take that sword, but then you never get another sword through that dungeon, or if you leave it behind in the hopes of finding a better one. But I'm going to write a note about that. That's cool. Um, I don't see this being something for solo, so I'm still going to say no about this. You can only have one game where you play as an adventurer who can only have one of each type of equipment. You need to decide whether to pick one up when you get the chance or leave it behind in the hopes of something better. I also like the idea of that being a roguelike, in that this is a roguelike where when you die, you keep what you had. Some items might be super valuable, but not effective, like gold weapons. So that way, like you might be tempted to like it'll be broken up into individual levels that you can then replay or skip on future runs. So like, okay, so like let's say there's like 10 levels, 10 levels question mark. There's like maybe like 10 levels in the game, right? And so like you start off and you can't even beat the first one at first, but like when you go through the dungeon and you come back, after each run you sell your items and can use that money to buy things. So the only way you can get money in this game is based on the equipment that you've picked up. And then like after each run, you're selling that stuff. And you can, if anyone's familiar with Rogue Legacy, is the game I'm trying to think of basing this on basically. So you have like this giant castle that you can build up with your money. And each time you run through, you're collecting money that you can then invest, but that money has no purpose other than investing in the castle. So you don't care about it during a run. You only care about it between runs where you can make yourself, you can give yourself more hit points. You can be stronger. You can unlock new equipment, stuff like that. And so like the idea here is that like the first run, you're just going to pick up some stuff. But maybe like the fifth or sixth run, if you pick up the best stuff, you can make it through, or you can pick up lesser stuff that's worth more to make it easier for, the next run. And you'll definitely have no problem doing it. And the thing is too, then if you start on the first level, you're probably going to pick up worse stuff than if you start on the second level where you're going to get better equipment on average. So that's the goal of that one. You can only have one as that. I don't see making that in 3 days though, especially with it being a roguelike. Roguelikes take a lot more balance of replaying through them. Like it would have to be fun all the way from level 1 all the way to level 10. And to do that, you have to play test that thing probably dozens of, like play your own game dozens of times to even get to that point.
Right.
I
I
do
think
like the idea
that's
of it.
keeping in mind like the time management that you have to deal with, like, is so
Yeah.
important.
And Angel and I are very big proponents of like, we work a lot on Ludum Dare things and we don't really do much outside of Ludum Dare. Like Angel still has to, help her mom with stuff and we still have to make all the meals and all that stuff. But it's not like we're working and doing other things on top of that. We still have groceries for sure too. Maybe we can place that order on Thursday though, like get our order together on Thursday. I mean, but we still very much believe in getting a full night's sleep. We still take breaks. We watch TV at night sometimes, like we go in fact, when a Ludum Dare kicks off, we go for a walk first thing, because it's so much easier to just think and talk about ideas on a walk when you're not sitting in front of your computer. Like, I have to be working on something. Every moment I'm not working on something, I'm losing. Like, and so if you're just out on a walk, you can't do that. You can only talk about it. I mean, you could technically pull a phone out and you could work on things, but we don't. So like, we're very much like, we don't have 72 hours to make a game. We have what, like maybe 24 tops, like with 8 hours of sleep and then 8 hours of other stuff in a day. But it just, for one, it makes us happier. For another, video games require a lot more to create something than tabletop games do. And then for a third, it's just, you get so much better ideas when you're not pushing yourself. You're not making as many mistakes from being tired. The glitch is the feature again, is the bug is the feature. Like that's something that comes about naturally through development, not something you're going to force to happen. I also feel like if something like that wins, there's going to be like really buggy games on purpose. And like, there's gonna be a lot of like visual stuff going on. Like the screen's going to flicker at you a lot and like, no thanks.
Yeah.
I like renewal and regeneration because they can be a kind of push your luck thing in that, like, you know, how many things do you want to leave to continue to grow more? How many things do you want to cut down to like get your resources out of them? I think that's cool. Something isn't right. Once again, like fun in a video game, not as a tabletop game. Your watch has begun. I like that actually. Your watch has begun would be a game where you are put in charge of something, and this is now your life, but you don't really understand it when you start. That could be something. It's funny because Shepherd is still on this list, but your watch has begun could be something like shepherding. Like, you know, your watch is now to take care of these animals and, you know, make sure that they prosper. Or it could be, you know, like Game of Thrones, where you have watch over a wall and like you have to make sure nothing gets through. Or, you know, you're at a tower, like you're an archer on a tower, making sure that, you know, you call out approaching enemies or just anything like that. Consolation prize is also awesome. I have no notes for that whatsoever, but I do want to leave it on the list here because from what I remember right, there's no way to just look at everything you upvote. It's not like I can just look at this and be like, oh, I, you know, kept these things. Cobbled Together I like, but I'm not going to say yes to because it feels like something where you're like just kind of forcing things to work. And like as the game goes on, it's worse and worse because you're piling stuff on stuff on stuff that's like falling apart.
Yeah, that's fair.
Act of God is interesting because the deck could be God. In that, you know, like, you know, normally acts of God are things like weather. And so like you're just trying to survive on maybe an island or even in like you're the mayor of a city that's trying to like make your city prosper. But, you know, there's earthquakes and there's hurricanes and, you know, then there's part of you that wonders if like, you know, in this world, maybe God's more of an active force. And so like God is punishing people and you have to find out why, or like, you know, it could even be like in this, again, this is all fictional. Don't take this any kind of judgment about any kind of religion or anything like that. But, you know, like in this specific game, God loves the color orange and hates the color red. So like if too many people are wearing red one day, like there's a horrible earthquake and you got to figure that out, you know? So like, but again, that's another thing where like, that would be cool as a logic game where you're playing with another player, but it's hard on your own. I think we could still come up with something cool for that, but like, it wouldn't be that in this case. I have no idea what the slope of eggshells is supposed to be, but it's a thing. There you go. The Roman Empire. This person's making every person think of the Roman Empire one more time in their day. That was a thing going around for a long time. That every dude thinks about the Holy Roman Empire like a bunch of times a day.
That's so random.
Yes, and then in like trans circles, there people are joking about how like that's how you know you're actually a trans woman or like you're a trans guy because either you do or don't think about the Holy Roman Empire a lot. Like this one is architected, which just makes me think of like Lawyered from How I Met Your Mother. You know, like when something's built well or whatever, you could be like, boom, architected. But like, I don't see that being a game. I like Surrounded by help in a multiplayer game because you'd have to decide whose help you want and what you're giving up for that help. But I don't want it in a Ludum Dare game. Lost Knowledge, again, another interesting one. I feel like we had something very similar already. Yeah, we have like the like rewriting history and stuff like Lost Memories and stuff like that. So Lost Knowledge, we like that. Beware of friend is interesting because the premise there would be that like your friend is actually not a friend after all. It reminds you a lot of like Memento, where like he
Oh
didn't,
yeah.
yeah, like he didn't know, like he just was going by like what he had on his arms and like his tattoos and stuff. And so like because he kept losing his memory and had no memory that like continued to go on. So like, you know, he didn't realize that some of the people that were closest to him were actually enemies. I said no to it though, because I really don't want to make a game about that. That's dark. Ducks are psycho. Let's do that. Um, I think that's fun. It's kind of like Untitled Goose Game, but like ducks instead. I like Used Only Once just because it captures that whole thing in video games where like you'll have like 500 potions and you never use one even through the end of the game because you don't know if you might need it later. So like that would kind of be like the opposite of that. Like you really only get to use this thing one time when you're going to use it. I don't know what that thing would be, but um, the anti-capitalism is fun, but there's a whole anti-capitalist jam every year. And again, I do not know enough about other forms of government aside from capitalism to be able to do something about that. And I also, unless it's something like LGBTQ, I don't really like making political games because for one, I don't know enough about a lot of the politics. For two, it can be misinterpreted so strongly. Like somebody could take one thing out of that and just like, you know, weaponize it against you. And so it's just like, you know, any of that stuff, reasons I don't do that. I do like when other people can do it well, though. I love when other people put a lot of work into it and show that kind of stuff. I like the cavalry has arrived. That's fun. Like your backup is here. But I also like the idea of the cavalry just being like one dude on a horse or like a duck on a dog. You know, something like that you didn't expect, and you got to make the most out of it. You know, you've holed up in some like horrible situation, like zombie apocalypse, right? You've been surviving for 5 days with a couple of bottles of water and like a package of jerky, and finally, you know, the army has come, but the army is like one person with a baseball bat, and so like you're still not really saved. Like you still have to save yourself too, but like one of these themes is you're doing great. Take a rest now, which is really nice that it came up with like with 100 themes left. So thank you, person, for suggesting that theme. Actually, I'm gonna say yes to that anyway because I think that'd be a funny one for a game. Like just a bunch of people making games that are like rest situations. We're down under 100 left. Awesome. So I'm wrong about the 430. I think 445 is no problem whatsoever. Especially with a lot of these just being like, no. Too much of a good thing is interesting, but not really something I want to make a game out of. You don't play as the main character is interesting, but that's not really something I want to do in a tabletop game. A lot of one-word ones here. Wreck your brain, no thanks. Keep it contained is okay. Preparing for danger is all right, but that doesn't even mean that the danger is ever going to come. So maybe that's a game where you're preparing for danger that might or might not happen. Prestige television series, like okay. Grain by grain, the hen fills her belly. That's interesting metaphorically, but that sounds like a TTRPG, not a game. And again, there's nothing wrong with TTRPGs as games. What I'm just saying is that like we like to make tabletop games that are, you know, full of mechanics for Ludum Dares instead. Oh, we're down to 37. Minesweeper with a twist would be really cool for a video game, but there's no way to do that in a tabletop game because you can't formulate the, you know, like what numbers are going to be around things in a Minesweeper game with a solo person thing. Under 30 left. $20 left. Multiple players, definitely not. That's what we're trying to avoid. What is Kessler syndrome? The amount of junk in orbit around Earth reaches a point where it creates more and more space debris. That's interesting. So, like, if you have so much stuff in outer space, eventually that stuff will collide against itself, creating more and more stuff.
I feel like that was in something we watched recently, the Kessler thing.
Yeah, I think so
What was
too.
that? Was it Empire? Like I can't remember the name of it, but the one with Empire in it.
Yeah, where the older
Foundation. That's it.
yeah, foundation. That's it. Yeah. I like that idea because like eventually, I mean, honestly, in all reality, like unless we find a way to, sweep space debris from our space, we might reach a point where, the orbit of our planet is just so thick of stuff that like we'd have to break through the stuff to, explore space. I'm sure by then we'll have no problem destroying that stuff or just sending out a thingy that can capture it, like just a giant magnet, that would collect it all. But
So I'm always confused, like how things stay up there too, because they talk about how the orbit decreases, like because it gets pulled into our
oh,
gravitation.
that's true. And you'd think
Like
it would like,
so, I
yeah,
would
then it
think
would
that
burn up.
eventually it either burns in the atmosphere or it crashes down into our oceans.
Yeah.
Like so, it's not always up there anyway.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. We have done it. 2,129 themes. We kept exactly 200 of them.
Oh
That's
wow!
funny. Yeah, and we are probably 5 hours away from the first of the voting rounds on this. Normally during Ludum Dare, in this tab theme or the theme tab rather, I said that backwards, will be a vote of like 15 to 20 different themes, and you can either +1, 0, or -1 each of them. And then after like 3 rounds of that, there's one final round where the ones that got the most votes from the first 3 days of that are given. It's the final round. Whichever one of those gets the most +1s is then the theme, which isn't revealed until Let 'em Dare starts. Um, to think that's going to start soon. That's usually what happens. Like there's 3 days of voting. There's a day where they tabulate that stuff and then they reveal like the final vote. Um, but yeah, we did it. I think we're gonna go eat something and start on dinner. But thank you for hanging out with us. This was fun, and we have lots of ideas, and maybe we can make some of these into like things. And like I said, we're gonna make a Patreon post probably Tuesday that we'll put out. And that is patreon.com/quirky bird games. I just posted it. There it is on the screen. That is our Patreon. You can join as a free person and you just get emails about all of our stuff, and we send out games to free members too. So you can just join that and get some free games from us. Or we have paid membership tiers where you get all the zines we make for $3 a month, or all the games and zines we make for $5 a month. Plus, it helps support us. We have more time to make games that way because we both do contract work basically anyway. So, like, the more we make from games, the less hours we need to pick up elsewhere. We can make more games, which will mean more people back us. And then, that gives us even more money, which we make more games from. And so, just endlessly. But if you join us over there, we'd appreciate it. And did you have anything to say before we take off, Angela?
No, I think like sorry I've been quiet. Like you've just been saying,
Yeah,
what I've been thinking anyway. So
well, that works out then. Yeah, that's cool. I did want to say too, I have no plans to stream what we're making because Ludum Dare is, especially for tabletop creation, is very much a process of like, I'm going to make what's playable and then I'm going to take it to Angel and we'll play it together. Maybe we might both come up with ideas, but it'd be a lot of like on stream, off stream, on stream, off stream, like back and forth. But I do plan on streaming the rating period, like while we're playing other people's games and stuff. So you can join us for that for sure. If I remember it or think about it, I'll also do like a video post mortem where Angel and I both talk about what we made and like kind of dive into it and stuff. What we learned, what went well, what didn't go well, like what we would do better next time, like just that kind of thing. I like to make a post about that anyway, but I think doing it as a video would be cool too. So, but yeah, have a great day, everybody. Thanks for coming by.
yes.